Oh, there we go. I just got an ad, so, and yeah, it's definitely going, because I just got the notification on my phone, too. Yep. There we go. Yep, we are definitely live. Yay! Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Just, we were having very bad technical issues with NOVAtazz's PC there, so, um, yeah, no worries. Hey, don't worry about it. I think we can all understand. So far, it's Jesse and Brad that I can see so far. So, because I can't, like, for some reason on the PC, it doesn't tell me how many people are actually in the stream, only on my phone. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, you are. Yeah. Yeah, because whenever I've had issues like that, it's been Wi-Fi related, oh, okay, I gotta fix something on my end, though, because, that looks bad. And I don't... Yep, I do. Through the window, so I just need to close that. So, give me one moment as I look like, it's like I'm Jesus or something over here. Yeah, cause see, if I block it with my hand just like that, it's all good again. But that over there. Hey, Saber, don't attack me. And I did not mean to drop my mouse. That's sadness. Okay. There we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah. And grab my keyboard. I love this mouse keyboard. It's awesome. The cat has risen. There you go. Perfect. To the window. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Hi, fat cat. Yeah, just... Oh, and... Yeah, it's looking... just fine. Although I should actually turn on the light too. Forgot to do that. Oh. Yeah, it says that you're silent. That's what Jesse says. Cause I can hear you, but they can't.
Okay, what about now? Can you guys hear me now?
Can you all hear NOVAtazz?
I think they should be able to.
Yeah, he said yes.
I don't know why desktop. No, it's got to be.
Yeah, well, no. They can hear you. It's good. See, there we go. Alright, now hopefully I don't have to get up again. Because I've got food here. I've got a drink. Should be okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. I want to see. Let me know if this sounds better or worse. I'm going to turn off the main active speaker and just have desktop audio. That might help with my echo. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Test, guys. Let me know how it sounds.
Do we have an echo? Does it sound okay? Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
No, we might have an echo now because of the fact that my screen is now not display. Whatever, it's not delayed.
I mean, we've always had an echo for quite a while now, so. Let's just listen in on here.
More echo.
Yeah,
okay.
More.
We'll go back to the other way. All right, now maybe it might be better. And we're going to have a little bit of an echo just because, but...
Yeah. Well, that's just about every week, except for I think like the very first week we didn't have an echo. Ever since we went over to Skype.
Yeah. That's because Streamlabs had an echo, had a cancellation that it didn't.
Oh, there you go.
I have wet hands. LOL. Was just finishing dishes. Okay. Alrighty. I have nothing. I have no drinks. I didn't clean up anything because I ran into this problem like right away. I was playing around. YouTube now has an actual podcast category that I can mark this video at, and I was also trying to switch all my old podcast over to the podcast whatever. So hopefully this might get us some more people in here, or it might do worse. I don't know. But knowing that people are generally looking for a podcast now might be able to find us. Who knows? It's a great first showing as a dedicated. I don't know what. Maybe it's. I mean, I'm not running it any different than I was before, but YouTube has now put it in a different category.
That's cool. So, and is that just with like any sort of live stream that it does that with now?
No. You have to label it as a podcast, though a lot of what I think YouTube is looking for is for you to be putting clips together that they can add in, that they can group as a podcast. I don't know. It's confusing as to how they're doing it. I still have to read into it more, but I've literally just... It takes a playlist and turns it into a podcast.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But I don't know if they're like expecting you to like film short segments and then squeeze them in together as a podcast or what. But my podcasts are like, yeah, no, it's, I don't know.
Oh my god,
I'm so.
I feel so
discombobulated.
I feel so stupid. So
why?
Every single stream I've done off my phone has not been monetized. And I knew that. I didn't know how to fix that, and then I just went into there and realized, oh look, go into the settings, advanced settings. It's right there.
Yeah, you can monetize them all afterwards, but it only monetizes it from that point forward, so any of your old views won't count.
Oh, I know that. It's fine, but like actually on the phone, literally though, I just found the point where you can enable it at the beginning, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I have to do that at the beginning of all of mine. Speaking of, why don't we just stick an ad in here just for shits and giggles? Giggles and shits on the way.
Been here for like 5 minutes.
I don't know. At least that'd get me started. Timer. No, I don't want to preset. 20 minutes, there we go. Alright, presetted it on my watch. Alright, so what are we all talking about here? As far as me, let's go over YouTube channel bullshit. Well, you guys have seen what I've had to deal with. I've had computer issues. For some reason, I don't know if I got a virus or a malware or something. I have to go through and see if I can find something. Because there's no way this thing should be maxing out my CPU. I mean, I've played really, really good games, everything else, and it doesn't ever do that. And now I can't even really edit without it locking up. So
yeah, it definitely sounds like you have some sort of virus or something.
Something going on. Something's eating up my CPU power. Up upper. But I also was dealing with Jess. As you guys know, Jess does her jewelry stuff, and she makes these little stones with the bail on the back, so that way she can hang it on earrings or necklaces or whatever. And I think I went over this last week. She was selling them, and one of her personal ones fell apart. The bail literally came off the stone. And she's in a panic, and we were trying to figure out what we can do to fix it. And so we found Gorilla Glue. If I get it out of here. The regular Gorilla Glue, clear, is what worked the best for her. And so I've been sitting here and rebailing all of her stones. I still have, where's it at? All of these to do, so that way she can sell them. They're actually kind of cool. I think I can show. Yeah. So these are ones that she has made that I've got to remake. These are earrings. These are tiger's eye. But the glue that are on these, I mean, I can show you. Let me take one off of this thing here. The issue she was having is, all right, see the bail? If I put enough pressure on it, literally just coming right off the bail. That's not good.
No, it's not. No.
Not when you're trying to sell it to a customer and not have it come apart. So the new ones, they take a lot more pressure to get them to do that. I mean, it's only glue. It is going to have a fail point.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to hurt my fingers to get them to break apart.
Yeah, and I mean, and really, if they're
jewelry shouldn't get
like if they're gonna have that kind of pressure, regardless, they'd break anyways. Like if it had to be that much, because I know that from personal experience with some of that stuff.
Right.
You know, like I've never actually had earrings or anything because my ears aren't pierced, but I do completely understand that stuff though, and it's one of those things that people don't really think about. As much.
So it takes a lot more pressure to pull them off, but I still have, I mean, each one of these packets has 2 stones in it, and then there's a whole bunch of loose ones in the bottom of here. So I got my work cut out to me for a while.
Yeah.
I was planning on getting the interior of that little truck primed. It didn't happen this week. There was just junk going on. Like I said, I was dealing with the computer, wanted to get the video out before I did that, but then I was having issues with the computer. And so I really haven't gotten anything done, which means I also haven't gotten anything done with the wiring, which needs to get done because I need to get that car running.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And yeah, and I mean, it'll be nice to see, you know, when that thing actually is able to fire up on that EFI finally. You know, like.
Oh, it's gonna be nasty.
Like
I can just feel it.
Yeah,
it's not nasty in a bad way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wiring is always such a pain. You know, it's just one of those things. I don't like it. Like, I only do very, very simple wiring. You know, I don't.
Well, let me put it this way: working with old wiring is a pain. Working with all new, fresh stuff is a breeze. You don't have to worry about anything being sticky. You're working with new connectors. You know, things just pop and click where they're supposed to. You're not working with old brittle connectors that break when you're trying to take them apart. You're not worried about trying to figure out who messed with it. How did they mess with it? You know, is this just a broken wire from old age, or is this a short because somebody cut something they shouldn't have, or pinched something somewhere? It's all brand new wiring.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, that is kind of nice to a degree, because I mean, I've had wiring issues. You know, there was actually a thing that happened last year where it was one inline fuse that the wire just frayed on the wiring harness of my 86. One single wire, because the rest of the wires are all supple and nice. Just that one little thing.
It got overheated.
Yeah, either overheated or I don't even think it was that. To be honest, I think.
Well, if they get all hard and brittle, most of the time it's because they overheated.
Okay, fair enough. And
so it probably had a short, which overheated it, and then blew the fuse, and then after that, the wire was junk.
Well, see, I don't even think it blew the fuse. What had happened with that, because the wires actually frayed completely. I don't think it blew the fuse. I never checked the fuse, mind you, but I don't think it did, because then it started to have a short, and it smoked quite a bit. I actually saw a video that somebody else took, and unfortunately it was a memed video of my car and just somebody being an asshole to me. But, you know, it's just one of these guys. I know exactly who did it, to be honest, who made it.
Normally you can.
Yeah. But it's just one of those things. With that, all I did with that was quite easily. I swapped that regular stock inline fuse with a much better inline fuse, because those old school inline fuses were stupid, like the glass style ones. And that's what that was. So now it has, which is kind of cool, because I have two anti-theft features on that car, which nobody really knows about. Like, if you went up to the car, you wouldn't know.
Well, we won't say them here.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, you know, because under the hood there is two inline fuses. One's for the fuel pump, the other one is for the ignition. So
okay, just pop the fuse out.
yeah, I can just pop both fuses out, and that way won't kill my fuel pump and won't kill my ignition. It's perfect. You know, so. And now, what's kind of funny, though, about my fuel pump is because how we have that wired in, like, yeah, it's properly fused and everything, but we just have a prong that's into the radio fuse. So if my radio's out, I know that my fuel pump isn't working. So it happened once, you know, where the prong just got loose. It happens. Or just like on my 81, we did the same thing, but it's for my fog lights. So, which, yes, is it better to run it through a relay? Absolutely. But you can do it this way and it's fine if you have it fused. You know, most people screw that up and they just run it straight as a wire. Just like, yeah, that's when you have fires. Doing it that way. So.
Oh, yeah, and you see, you guys know how I'm doing it on my car, where everything is coming off of the battery straight into a relay box.
Yeah.
That all of the power wires are fused right there at the relay box.
Okay, well, and also because the one thing is, you're dealing with a lot more amperage there, which is definitely, yes, you do that 100%.
Yeah, it's like,
well, I mean, you're dealing with
15-20 amps for the fuse pump.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you're also dealing with like fuel injection, which you think would require a little more energy, like a little more
Well, and that's getting its power directly from, and it's only technically, it's four injectors, to feed that, because each one of the ports has an injector. But it's pulling the power directly from the battery.
Oh, okay.
For the sniper unit.
Oh, okay.
It's not pulling that through a. There is a relay. I am running power from the ignition switch to a relay, and that relay, when that power's on, sends power directly from the battery through the relay into the sniper. But that's technically only to turn it on. There's a second power wire that runs straight from the battery straight to the sniper, which is the actual power. So the wire that I'm running as a relay is literally only just to turn on the device.
Okay. Fair enough.
I just didn't want to run a wire all the way into the, I'm eliminating the power, the possible for EMI by using the relay, not necessarily using the relay because it's a high power draw for that circuit.
Okay, fair enough.
High power draw circuits in the relay box are going to be the fan 1 and 2 and the fuel pump. The other ones, the sniper and the hyperspark relays, they're just turn on relays. That's it. That's all they do.
Okay, fair enough.
They just turn it on.
Because interesting when we found out, because like these are like the fog lights I have in my car, they're old school fog lights. They're not anything that's.
They're incandescent.
Yeah, they're incandescent. They actually run 9 amps, which is considerably a little higher than obviously modern LED ones, but LED ones are useless for a fog light. Just because white light is pointless to have in fog because it's going to make you more blind. Yellow is much better for fog, and that's the reason why they're on there. Plus, I like the look of them too. So
I think mine are both the ones on the truck and the Kia are both white lights.
Yeah, and they're useless as a fog light. They're what all those are when they're white or any color that's not yellow. To be honest, those fog lights, they're more just added light for to spread out a little more on modern vehicles. The old stuff that had the orange lights, there's a reason why they did. Is because of
Wait, are we still having an echo? Or is this the same echo?
It's probably the same echo. And that's one thing, Harvey. We've been having this echo for weeks. It's again. It's only.
Well, you know what? Hold on. Let me turn down the speaker again. I keep remembering I gotta turn down the speaker because it will pick up. All right, try it now.
Hello. I are talking.
I mean, it's gonna have a little bit of an echo if I'm not talking. Let me make sure that this is still has that delay. Yeah, it's still offset.
Yeah, see, and that's the one thing. Some older vehicles used to actually have amber headlights. Way back when, and depending on the countries too. Like if you deal with a lot of fog, yeah, actually they're not too bad. Yellow headlights though, they don't have the range that white or blue has. So that's one of the reasons why that they don't do that they don't do that anymore. Like it's kind of funny actually. Old episode of Top Gear. I can't remember the challenge, but they had to modify these old cars, and it was James May. He picked up an old Citroen SM, which I like those cars. They're pretty cool actually. But he tinted the lenses yellow, and he said, yeah, it's authentically dangerous. Which is pretty accurate. Yeah, they definitely do. They're great for, fog or mist. But other than that, they suck. And that's the reason why I like my fog lights. I wanted yellow ones, and I happened to find these. Roy Marco actually sold me them. He was asking $5. I didn't have $5 on me. I had 3, so I just gave him that. And they're pretty good quality ones, actually. Now, the only thing is that was kind of stupid is the connectors that they had from the factory were these really cheap connectors. So we tossed those and, did better ones that way. Well, actually didn't do. I shouldn't say we replaced the connectors with literally just crimp-on connectors instead. Like how you do if you're combining two pieces of wire together, just with a simple thing like that. Because there were just these things that plugged in, but it didn't have a very tight connection on them, and I would just have a feeling that going down the road it would have shaken off. So that's why we got rid of them. And these came like that. Because I expected you to just daisy chain the whole damn thing out instead of just giving you one long wire. They gave you a few wires, which is kind of a dumb design, but it is what it is. And that's one of those things. Like, because actually tomorrow it's gonna be kind of neat. Because a friend of mine he's moving to Ontario, and this will be one of the last opportunities I get to actually see him. Even though I just saw him earlier this week, it was on Monday when I last saw him. But tomorrow there's a cruise that I'm going to be on that is going to be with him and his now fiance, because they just got engaged.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
Yeah, right? And it's just awesome. Like, I knew he was going to do it. He told me he was going to do it, and I knew she was going to say yes, just because they're like the happiest couple I've ever seen. So it's one of those things, and they've known each other for a couple of years now, so it's quite nice. And they're moving to Ontario together, which is a long ways, like being here in Alberta.
Yeah, Harvey, I think we weren't talking about regular driving. I think she was just talking about for fogs. He says amber lamps suck for regular driving.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to him about that. If, I can... I was saying that, yeah. I know.
Oh, sorry. I was busy. I was trying to deal with the audio. I missed it.
Yeah, I know. It's all good.
Drove a van in the Philippines that had amber lights.
Yeah.
It was like a big rage thing in the 60s and 70s was to have amber lights.
It was. It looks cooler. I will fully admit, any car with amber lights just looks cooler. Doesn't matter what color it is. However, it's not safe at all. Like I said, James May, they had a challenge on Top Gear. I can't remember what the challenge was, but he brought a Citroen SM, which the Citroen SM, they're a really neat looking car. They're weird looking, but also they have the hydro-pneumatic suspension. It's like one of the most comfortable cars on the planet. But they had to modify their cars, so he tinted the headlights, amber, and he called it authentically dangerous.
Authentically dangerous?
Yes, because back then, there were actually cars that came with amber lights back in the day. It wasn't just people adding them on. So the French actually did that a lot, but to be fair, the French do deal with a lot more fog too, so it kind of worked out. But
yeah.
Yeah, and
Shane just says that Mustangs are dangerous to drive in any weather.
Yeah,
even on nice sunny days, as long as there's no people around, if there's a person on a sidewalk, it's a danger.
Yeah, well, that's only people that don't know how to drive them. They suck in any weather.
Yeah, I know, because we see Corvettes and Camaros, everything else do the same thing.
Yeah, you see Mustangs the most because they're the most popular sort of enthusiast car. Because they really are, although
easy to get.
Chargers are starting to become a little more popular than Mustang, it feels like. But, it came from the factory. See, and I do wonder if, that van that Harvey drove, it came from the factory with amber lights. So, yeah, not that
must have been a Filipino thing.
Yeah, well, not that I would have thought that, the Philippines has much for fog. Maybe they do, I don't know. Because that's usually why you have yellow lights. It's like my Mustang. That's why I put them in. Oh, a light ace. Those are cool, actually. I know exactly what that is. Yeah, haven't seen one of those in a minute. They are just one of those, 80s sort of, Japanese vans that, if you look at it funny, it'll tip over. Because they're not very wide.
You look at it funny, it tips over. I'm going to look them up now.
Yeah, go look up what light is. They're kind of interesting. And I think you could get one of those, if I'm not mistaken, with what they call the Aero Cab, which had a bunch of windows up top, similar to the old Volkswagen buses from the 60s. They're kind of interesting. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure. I just have to.
Oh yeah, it is your typical freaking Japanese van.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're cool. But yeah, you
I mean, if you watch anime, you have seen that van.
Yeah, and I've seen many of those roll over. Fun fact, I've seen a lot of them in a ditch just on the freaking QE2. Because you get one
Yeah, I think you're
crosswind.
talking about the Lumina. Was it the Lumina van?
Lumina Van's that low. So that was the.
Huh? No. He was talking about the slope nose American van. I think it was the Lumina that had that real wedged front nose.
The Lumina did. So did the. There was a Pontiac version, which everybody called the Dustbuster. But I can't remember exactly what it was called. But yeah.
All right.
And there was a Chevy.
Running the ad.
Or a different Chevy one. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna insert an ad. So.
Boo.
Time to piss everybody off.
Boo ads.
89 Toyota small van.
Yeah, they're cool. They're mid-engine too, if I remember correctly. Actually, yeah, they are mid-engine. So like the engine in that vehicle, if you want to like check the oil and stuff like that, there's likely a little hatch that is underneath the driver's seat, more than likely.
What was the van that they used to make the mystery machine that Cletus McFarlane has?
I'm gonna guess it's probably a Chevy like G10 from the 60s.
I don't know, because it's small and the engine is like in the center of the van or underneath the driver. The engine's in a weird spot.
Yeah, let me take a look. Cletus Mystery Machine. Oh, that's actually, I think that's about one of those. Except for it has a rotor unit.
I thought it was. And the thing's loud. And the thing is that the exhaust comes up through the front, right in front of the windshield, and it kind of looks like an elephant trunk.
Because, yeah, I'm just looking. Yeah, that's one of those Japanese vans, actually.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah. Like, and now, whether it could be Toyota, it could be Daihatsu, it could be anything, really. But that's cool. I'm putting a 600 horsepower.
That's their burnout. That's one of their burnout vehicles. It's got a Ford 9-inch in the back of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got 600 horsepower. It hopefully does have some beefy axle like that.
The thing is just insane. I mean, it's scary. That van is scary.
Oh, it definitely is. And actually, there's a van that's been for sale for a long time, and it's so funny. I want to see if I can find that on Kijiji, because if I can, I'm gonna show it off, because it's hilarious to look at. Because it's a stupid setup. You know, it's a small block Chevy in an old G10 van from like 68, but the turbo is mounted to the roof for some reason, along with the intercooler, which is
all that direct airflow.
Yeah, the only problem is, could you imagine the turbo lag? You know, you press the throttle.
You kind of want the turbos as close to the exhaust as possible.
Exactly. I mean, we can look at a great example. You know, Trans Ams with a 301 turbo in them, right? Like great idea, except for where they mounted the turbo. It was dumb. It's way back. Like
it's right on top of the freaking passenger side valve cover.
Oh, I thought they were rear-mounted turbos on those.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
No, literally right up inside the engine compartment. It literally comes out of the exhaust straight up into the turbo, and the turbo goes directly in. There is no.
Oh. Okay, never mind then.
There is but the thing is it's only like a 2 psi turbo.
Yeah. Oh, well, and also turbo technology in the 70s sucked. It just did. You know,
Yeah.
You get turbos nowadays, and even my crappy little IHI AS12 spooled faster than that thing did. You know, yes, it's only a 46mm turbo, but I don't think they were much bigger than that anyways.
Yeah, there you go. If you can see that diagram.
Oh, I can, yeah. Interesting. Okay. For some reason I thought they were a rear-mounted turbo. I don't know why.
No, little itty bitty turbo right literally on top of the valve cover.
See, and it would be it would be interesting because I'd like to own one and just put a more updated turbo on it and see what you could actually do with one of those motors. It'd be kind of fun, you know? Because I like the idea of that, right? Because most people, naturally aspirated or, maybe supercharged or go
Do you know what would be cool?
turbo LS.
If there was somebody who would take one of them 81 turbo Transams and just stuck a modern LS turbo engine in
That's
it.
what everybody does, though.
Well, the thing is like, yeah, but at least then it would be what it says it is. Instead of turning like a naturally aspirated Trans Am into a turbo LS.
Well, yeah, I mean, I personally, that doesn't even bother me one bit.
Oh, it does. I hate it.
Like, if it happens to be okay, well then just get rid of the turbo stickers on the car. Done. Like, like if you have a non-turbo or what I mean. Sorry. You could put the. I mean, they're just stickers, really, that say that on the car. I don't think there was an actual badge.
What, the turbo? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about taking a regular TA with the shaker hood and converting it to a turbo LS, which means you're now effectively eliminating the reason for the shaker, even though the shaker really didn't work in the later cars anyway.
Well, I thought 301 turbo cars didn't have a shaker.
No, they don't. They have a bulge.
That's what I thought. Okay.
The funny thing is also the bulge is on the wrong side for where the turbo is. The turbo is on the passenger side of the car, but the bulge is over top of the driver's side. You know what the purpose of the bulge was?
Well, most applications.
It housed your turbo effective lights that say that the turbo is working.
Oh my god! Which is so dumb.
It was so cheesy.
Any of those things.
And I think it made it. What it did is it housed the air cleaner. So the air cleaner sat on that side of the engine.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, if it was just for the electronics to say that the turbo is working, that is the dumbest thing ever. Because anything that actually, says, "Oh, hey, by the way, your turbo is working," unless it's actually a boost gauge, which I know they didn't have.
Yeah. You see, like if you can see that picture, the air cleaner sticks up a little higher on the driver's side.
Oh, interesting. Oh, so that's how they did it. Okay. Gotcha. I haven't seen.
They just did it so that way the air cleaner had somewhere to stick up, just slightly. It's only like an inch, and that fit into the pocket and the hood where the hood bulged. Harvey says he's seen a turbo mounted near the rear axle. Don't remember where. There are some discrete turbo kits for more modern cars that bring the turbos down underneath of the car. What was it? It was it's just a Six's Mustang. One of his Mustang had twin turbos that were down underneath of the car at some point. I've seen a few trucks with them mounted in the bed. The turbos in the bed.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've seen them mounted in some weird places.
Yeah, people do that mostly just for the fact that they might not have room. Although any of those trucks that claim that there's room, doesn't matter what size motor you have in there, you could fit turbos under the hood. Because
I don't know, it was like a small S10. Yeah. There's not much room in those S10s. Especially not if they shoved an LS or something under the hood.
Well, you can still fit it. It's just you might have to do a little bit of trimming on the inner fenders a little bit, but other than that,
they might not have wanted to do that. I don't know.
Well, I've seen them, so that's the reason why. Like a lot of guys, what they'll do is with those, because they'll put the turbos, depending on if you put them forward or back. If you put them back, you have to do it. If you put them forward, you don't. At least that's what I remember. It's been a minute since I've seen one, but. I used to see them all the time. Like turbo LSs and everything. I used to see all the time in Lethbridge when I lived there. So I just kind of remember what people did with their cars, and like yeah.
My biggest issue with turbos isn't it's just I like the fact that I don't like it when you have them where you got pipes poking out of the hood and fenders and everything else. It just, to me, that's not attractive.
See,
and it's an aesthetic thing for me. It's not necessarily anything. It's just especially when you have a really pretty car, and then all of a sudden you've got these things sticking out of everywhere, and just disrupting the lines of the car.
Now,
but then again, you get a Wayland blower or something that comes out of the freaking hood like that too. Depending on the car, sometimes I don't like them either.
Yeah, there's some stuff where I don't really like massive blowers on, at least seeing them. Like, honestly, Amelia Hartford's S550, while it's a badass machine, I think it's butt ugly with that thing sticking out of the hood, as well as Weston Chaplin's too, because he's got one identical.
He's just a cop. Weston Chaplin, I mean, he might be a great guy. I don't know. I don't watch his channel that much. But it just kind of seems that he kind of... Oh, but then again, it's a YouTuber thing to do, is to copy other people. That somebody else had success doing something, and then you jump on the bandwagon and do it too, trying to catch on to the gravy train while it's still there.
Yeah.
And I guess to me, because I can't do that, because I can't jump on every freaking hype train that there is, because I don't have the money to just pick up and drop into something else. But also, I don't know. I've never been one of those people to, I guess, to follow that train like that. I kind of like doing my own thing.
Yeah, that's fair. And to be honest, I mean, as everybody knows, I don't do the popular thing typically. Excluding my convertible, that thing has a 302 in it, but that's the only exception to that. Because I'm not gonna put some weird motor in that one, because it's supposed to be a cruiser that's nice to just sort of drive. That's all I want out of that car.
Oh, I just read Harvey's one from a couple minutes ago. Turbo TA in his hometown.
Yeah.
The kid got pissed off at his mom, or his or her mom, and beats the crap out of it with that kid would be in a hospital.
Yeah, I don't understand, and why take it out on somebody's car? I never understood that. Why the car?
Probably what it is she cared so much about that car that he or she didn't feel like they cared about them.
See, and it.
So how do you hurt somebody that care? If I were to hurt Kat, what would be a really great way to hurt Kat? Yell at you and call you names, or make fun of you, or whatever, or take apart Stitch and disassemble it and destroy it. Think about that for half a second. What is the most detrimental way I can get to Kat? I would say hurt Stitch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's what this kid did.
Yeah, and it's sad though. Still, it's one of those things I never quite understood that. And even
somebody did that to Jean Grey.
Yeah, I
when I lived in Reading, they did that to her. They scratched it and freaking wrote. I was livid. I was hurt. But yeah, to do that, it is a really low thing to do. It's a horrible thing to do, but people do it because they're like, well, whatever. To them it's nothing. It's just a car.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's
a lot of people have that mentality. Oh, it's just a car. When to us car people, no, it's another kid. It's a family member. It's
Yeah, and for cars that I actually want to own and stuff like that, it's one of.
Did I not go to the commercial?
One of those things.
I thought I did put the commercial in, didn't I? I don't know. We're another only 7 minutes away from another commercial, so.
Yeah. I haven't been getting all the commercials, to be honest. It's been kind of nice that way. But just depending.
Hey! I hit the button.
Yeah, no.
I can't guarantee what it's going to do.
Oh yeah, no, because sometimes, I mean, the one thing is, depending on the algorithm, sometimes it'll actually put one there for you, and sometimes it won't. I can sometimes go through hell, even watching a Mr. Beast video. Sometimes I can get through an entire video without ad placement, which is nice, But
I can't. I have a Roku device. And if YouTube doesn't put the ads in, Roku puts the ads in.
Fair enough.
So it's horrible. I get an ad God forbid I pause the video for more than 10 seconds, get an ad as soon as I hit play. You fast forward through it, get an ad. I can get 2 ads right in a row. I think one's from YouTube and one's from the Roku device. Just boom, boom, right back to it. Not like it goes, one of 2 ads and you get 2 ads. I'll get the one of 2 ads, watch both of them, and then it'll go back and play for like a second, and another ad will show up.
I was gonna say Bradley's comment.
Oh, Kat, we're going to a commercial, by the way, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't quite yet. But because usually I'm in the middle of saying something. That's what he did. So.
Because you're always saying something.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't mind too much because you're adding content, but
yeah, I mean,
I bet if we take the time that I'm talking versus the time that you talk a lot.
I do, but I also at times carry your podcast, so I don't want to hear it.
Oh, bull malarkey.
I have at times.
Oh. I need to go get a beer. We've already been sitting here for an hour and a half for me. For you guys, not that long. I have not had something to drink.
Well then, go get a beer. I am here. I can.
I will. Give me a second. I'm looking for.
Harvey. Yeah. To be honest, it. Sometimes we get a lot of people, and sometimes we get almost nothing.
Oh yeah, I mean, and it really does depend because I can even share it out to everyone, and then we'll get nothing. And there are sometimes where I won't share it to anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, and I didn't really promote this too much. I just put it on YouTube. That was it. Like I didn't share it to individual friends. Just Shane was in here for a hot second. I don't know if he's still here or not, but but I didn't even share it to him. He just came in on it. And
it's a female thing. They love talking.
It's true. I mean, especially when they have ADD, we talk a lot. It's just one of those things. And because actually tomorrow, and we'll see if I'm able to make a video out of this. Hopefully, because I'd love to make a video out of this cruise tomorrow. We'll see, because I've never actually done a cruise as a video. Now, I've only been on officially maybe 2 or 3 cruises, so that doesn't really count. And for some of those, I haven't even been in my own car. So there's that. There were times when I was borrowing other people's cars for these.
All right. As soon as we go to commercial in 3 minutes. Now it's dragging. I'm gonna go grab a drink. So you have the cruise going on. Is there anything new going on with your car besides the fog lights from last week? I know you took the convertible out.
Yeah, and actually how I got the convertible unstuck is kind of funny. Because it was stuck. Like, there was so much ice there. I'm like, okay. I didn't think it was going to be a problem, but then it was a problem. And
Didn't you say you, lifted it and lowered it on the wood blocks or something?
Yes. But the funniest part about it, though, because I didn't use my jack, because my jack is currently encased in over a foot of ice out the front right now. So
it's in the same boat as your convertible was.
Similar, except for the convertible wasn't frozen to the ground, but yeah. And the snow melted enough to where I could actually get into the car, because there was it was halfway up the door at one point. That's how hot.
You were encased in the snowbank.
Yep. Oh yeah, it was. I could only open the door about an inch. And so yeah, I went down the alley because my buddy Lance was home. So go there. He has that really cool C10 with a 302 in it. And the thing is, and I'll answer that question in a moment, is I go there, I see that he's home. Cool. I asked him, can I borrow your jack? Because my car's stuck and I need to put it on some pieces of wood. He was like, yeah, no problem. So I grabbed the jack. I initially start carrying it. It's a 3-ton aluminum jack, so it doesn't weigh a ton, but I was like, this is getting too heavy. Screw this. I just start dragging it, so I make all the noise in the world doing that. But, hey, at least, didn't have any complaints from people. So.
Harvey asks, how do you drive your convertible with the hair in your face? It would drive him nuts.
See, and the one
I can't drive with the windows down in the Kia. It bugs Jess. If the hair is blowing around with Jess, she gets all. And me, I drop all the windows. I pop the sunroof. That's just like how I like to drive. I do it with the truck too, because I have the wing windows in the truck, so I'll put the windows down and pull out the wing windows.
Yeah, see, and to be honest with me, if I don't, it's kind of a weird thing. If I don't have my sunglasses on, it's really annoying because it physically gets in your eyes, right? But if it's just flapping around, because oddly enough, the sunglasses work to a certain degree as blockers of it getting into your face that way. So it's not so bad.
I think hers is she doesn't like it on her neck and stuff.
Well, see, I mean, there are times because when I go down the highway, though, there's a trick that I do because I don't have all the windows down. I have the top down, but I leave the windows up because it makes it so it doesn't blister as bad. But then once I'm in town, I get them all the way down. Because, going 50, 60 kilometers an hour as opposed to, 110, much less blistering. And, I don't know if I recognize that person. Do you?
I don't know. She says she likes the windows down, especially when it's not enough for the AC. Yeah. It's there is a point to where even with the windows down, it doesn't matter. You need to just close the windows in the AC. Unless your truck has a giant hole in the bottom of your AC condenser and it no longer holds refrigerant, or you have classic cars that don't have AC either, then you're just stuck with the 65 mile an hour wind conditioning.
Well, also, with my 81, because the 81 doesn't have AC, the 86 does, but the AC is not hooked up currently in the 86, It's got all the parts, except for, I think it's missing a dryer, so I'd have to add that too, but, other than that, it's got everything else in it, and just lines. I need to get back connected. But, the one thing is, the 81 has this cool little thing, and these are fantastic as long as it's not super hot outside. Because if it is, then it's just pointless unless you're on the highway, because it's just blowing hot air onto you. But, because most old vehicles, they do have, pull tabs, but they usually only blow at your feet. Mine can do either. They can blow at your feet, or they can blow through the vents, or both at the same time. So, it's kind of...
My Nova has the feet vents, but because my TA was originally an AC car, it does not have the foot vents. They don't have foot vents in the AC cars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My 86 doesn't have the vents, period, because it's an AC car. But I think 86 was the last year you could have it with the vents.
Yeah. Harvey is right.
Yeah.
It is now time for a word from our sponsors.
Woo! Sponsors.
That's okay. You come up with some story. I'm gonna run and go get a beer. I'll be right back.
All right, that's good. Once this ends. Oh, yeah, nice. And so, yeah, and I do love, having the windows down is just a nice thing to have. Even just having your arm sticking out the window and stuff like that, to be honest, I love being able to do that. Or, driving my 86 convertible, it's nice to have all the windows down and the top down as well. Because, with the hair blistering, that doesn't really bother me. It's only if it happens to be a more windy day that I actually have problems with it. Because actually, driving back home, I had to put the top back up. I had to pull over because it was just getting too windy in the car. That it was getting a little chillier too at that point. Not cold yet, because I actually drove it to Olds the other day when it was much colder than that with the top down. But it's one of those things that I just don't really worry about. And I love having the wind in my hair, and that's one of those things that it's just a nice feeling. And especially when you have a functional FM stereo in your car with the top down, it makes it so much better. Because my 81 only has an AM radio currently. I have an FM stereo.
Oh, that sucks.
But, and it also, it gets even better because my 81 not only has just an AM radio, it also only has one speaker. So, it's one of those deals. And it's just kind of funny that way. Where cars used to only be optioned with one speaker, unless you got an option with more.
Well, my Nova came with only one up in the center console. I mean, up in the center of the dashboard.
Yep, that's the same as my 81. It's just a big.
Now, granted, my last iteration of my Nova had one in each front door, one right next to right above the rear armrest in the back seat on each side, plus one on each side in the package tray, and I had two subwoofers in the trunk.
Yeah, that's a bit more than what I have, for sure. Because, like even my convertible, it just has stock speakers in it. Somebody put in an aftermarket head unit like 15 years ago. It's got an auxiliary port, which is nice because I use a lot of Bluetooth in that. Actually, I have this little Bluetooth device that connects straight to the auxiliary, and it's a cheap little thing, but it works quite well. And I can listen to my own music instead of trying to listen to the radio at times.
Well, yeah, and even my TA I've modified. It's got like two 5-inch speakers on either side of the center console because I didn't want to tear up the doors to put them in the door. I could have put them in where the foot vent would go. But over on the driver's side, it's got all the e-brake and stuff like that in the way, and I didn't feel like dealing with that. So I just stuck them on either side of the center console, and then it's got the two in the rear deck lid, the package tray, and I will be installing a subwoofer in that car once I get it back up and going.
Well, see, and like in my 81 especially, like I do want to put more speakers in it. Even if I just go to a junkyard and find some decent speakers in the junkyard or something, because I don't think the old school speakers that I pulled out of my old parts car, not the one I currently have. I had another 83 Mustang as a parts car for a little bit on my channel. And I pulled out, there was these really cool, because somebody put in aftermarket speakers, which, what brand are they?
They might also have been factory, because
they were not.
A lot of the 70s and 80s, there was some weird speaker factory options that were really cool.
Yeah, but Ford never put those in, and plus you could tell because they modified the package tray for them to actually fit. So that's how I know that.
Okay. Yeah, because like he was saying, the 80s Camaros, even in the second gen, so up to 81 or 82, I forget whatever. They put them up in the dash, all the way up underneath the window, the front windshield in both front corners. They had little tweeters that would go in the A-pillars. Then, you had your normal speakers that would go down underneath, where the air vents would go, plus the ones in the rear package tray. They had a lot of sound options, and that's just the second gens. I'm sure that in the third gens they had even more spots that they were sticking on.
Right, well, like I know that in the one car, I wish before I sold it that I just took the speakers out of it, because I would have figured out to mount them somewhere, to be honest, because they were good speakers.
I don't know if Harvey's ever seen my the package tray that I did in the Nova.
I don't know, he may have.
Where did I find? Do I have a picture of that?
But this car, because like 93 Eagle Vision TSI, essentially the Eagle version of a Chrysler Intrepid, right? And all had 3.5 V6s that had 250 horsepower. They actually moved pretty good for what they were. But the one thing is, that thing had infinity speakers, which were actually quite nice. And they had very good sound, especially for the 90s. It was like those speakers rival.
Infinity was like one of the top brands in the 90s. That would have been a luxury or a performance speaker.
Oh yeah, and then they were. And it was really awesome to have those in there, and the speakers were just awesome. Like those speakers, even still, I think sound better than the Bose speakers that are in my dad's Magnum, to be honest. And I should have pulled them out of the car because the scrap guy wouldn't have given two shits if I took them out or not. But because I sold the car for scrap. To be honest, it was just one of those things. That car was quite it. My brother was driving it, and the timing belt snapped and just seized the motor. So,
Oh, that sucks.
yeah, it does. But it vehicles always tended to break on my brother, and it's not that like he was driving them like a jackass or anything. It's just they'd happen to break on my brother for some reason. Because even one of the caravans that he was borrowing, it freaking I think the motor seized on him too, and
yeah.
I don't know why.
So this is the rear package tray for my Nova if it'll come in clear without the green light being in the way.
Wow.
So those Chevy symbols are actually speaker ports.
It's so funny seeing that because that is so, 90s, early 2000s, 100%. It's great. Especially
yeah, well, I was trying to find a way to hide them in the rear package. Like that center in those Chevy symbols,
or the speaker
is actually speaker back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I can see that. And like to be honest, like great job doing that. It's just so funny when you look at that. You can tell approximately when it was done just because of how it was done. Like not necessarily.
It was done in 2013.
That was 23. Oh, I'm surprised you put the Heartbeat of America on it. That's the only reason why that. Because
well, I'm the one that. Let me see if I can pull it up.
It's only because that tagline was. I mean, granted.
Yes, it is. It is a tagline from. So there is the beginning of it when I first started. Actually, here's the original concept. Okay, there's what I started with, package tray that I started with, and my original concept.
Yeah. I know. Like, don't get me wrong. Is it kind of cool? Yeah. It's surprising to hear that that's 2013, only because of just seeing the model Heartbeat of America. Most people got rid of that before then.
So, well, my car's from the 70s, so.
Yeah, no. But even, to be honest, the Heartbeat of America thing, you didn't really see, at least up here in Canada, until the 80s, typically.
Oh, we did a lot.
Yeah, now, it's possible that there was some stuff that had it in the 70s, but it was very prominent in the 80s. And it kind of died in the 90s. But
yeah, well, I also grew up in the 90s, so. So there's the progress. Like, so that harp is made out of hardboard, like you would find in the bottom of a dresser drawer. And I still have that. It's hanging up in my garage. So there's it all cut out and painted white. And then the process of there's the it's a little backwards in that, but or no, actually no, it is right for you guys.
Yeah, it is.
And then there was more iteration. I have not touched the package tray in this yet. This was just making the templates and all that stuff. And then everything was wrapped in, well, not the Heartbeat America was painted, but the Chevy symbols were wrapped in vinyl. Which I have one that isn't wrapped. All right, so yeah, if you look at that one, that one wasn't done yet, so it's just bolted there. You can actually probably see the carpet behind it.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then this one over here, actually that one wasn't done yet either. There's the back side of them. So it was just a way of hiding the speakers, which was kind of the point.
Well, yeah, no, it's definitely period correct. Like that's kind of interesting to look at that. To be honest, and yeah, you did a good job of that. It's not my style, of course, but that's fine. That's the beauty of the car hobby.
I don't know if I'd do it again, but I mean, I still have the package tray somewhere, I think, maybe. I don't even know what I have anymore. The ads had it on neon lights. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do remember. I mean, I remember seeing those, even the neon signs that showed Heartbeat of America. They were all over the place. I remember seeing those. And, like in people's...
Let me see if I can find out when that originally started.
Yeah, I'm curious
Curiosity.
because I knew it was like a big '80s thing, and maybe it started in the '70s, but I almost want to say it was '80s though. Because that would be curious.
Uh, 1985.
85. Okay, see, that's what I thought. '80s. You know.
Most successful campaigns that ran from 1985 to 1993. Heartbeat of America campaign was the first to feature a bow tie logo with embedded text when it first appeared in 1985. Campaign was so popular that Chevy dealers wanted to continue with the program after GM had decided to move on to another ad campaign in 1994. GM had already decided to move on with a new slogan that was set to be announced in the spring with the new mid-size Lumina sedans. Monte Carlo coupes were introduced. Chevy dealers tried to continue with the older program when GM finally told the dealers that the Heartbeat of America campaign was over and dealers were not allowed to use the campaign any longer.
Which now I do understand that eventually you want to
And I
move
think they
on.
went to Like a Rock after that.
It was Like a Rock, and that I never liked the Like a Rock ones, to be honest. Heartbeat of America was just a little better.
I don't know. I liked them both.
Like the commercials were okay with Like a Rock because they made that whole song about it, but
Is that cheesy bread?
garlic cheesy bread.
Oof. All right, so now that I have a drink, we'll do what's in the cup because we haven't done that in a while. What do you got, Kat?
Actually, I have nothing at the moment, to be honest.
You never have nothing. There is a go-to standby that you can always use as long as you have something empty.
Yeah.
And you can attribute this back to Chris.
Yeah, I mean, true. There is technically there's a Coke bottle down there. I just haven't filled up my glass over here yet.
Well, your glass has something in it right now. It has high-powered, high-test sailboat fuel.
Yes.
There's high-test sailboat fuel in that glass right now.
100%. It's the best sailboat fuel. You know?
Yes. Natural air. That was Chris's. That was because see, and that gag goes back to Big E, because Big E would always have his green tea, but he would always end up drinking it before the live stream, before we ever got to the whatever. So I have this empty bottle that had green tea in it, and Chris would be like, "It's not empty. It's got high test sailboat fuel in it." So, all right. So, what are you guys drinking in the chat? Again, does not need to be alcoholic. It does just whatever you happen to be sipping on. Air, water, fruit juice, doesn't matter. Just bleep bloop it down in the chat. What you guys drinking? And we will start with the $1 million question. What's in the cup?
That's a little lighter, or at least lighter coloring than you normally have.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Exactly. Sailboat fuel, and I have a bottle of sailboat fuel and a bottle of Coke. Well, technically, you would be drinking the Coke. Sailboat fuel's there for backup. Harvey's got Coke as well. That's 2 for Coke. You said you were drinking Coke at some point, too.
Before the stream, yeah, I was.
Yeah, so there's Coke. That's 3. 3 for 3. Jeez. Coke is not open yet. Oh, okay. So it is a sealed and locked and it's locked and loaded. Anybody else in the chat? I see Brad. Where did we lose Jesse somewhere?
May have.
Or is he still washing dishes?
He might be. I don't know. He might be washing dishes, or there was a Kayla chick that was in here for half a brief second. I don't know where they went.
Yep.
I don't know who that is. I don't think I've seen them before.
But Jesse hasn't made a comment since 9:30, so.
Well, Bradley sees 5 people in chat, which one of those is me, one of those is him, one of those is Harvey.
That's 3.
There's 2 more after that, and because I don't think it would count
wallflowers.
So
there's some wallflowers.
Oh, now he says 4.
Oh, well, now somebody left. No, don't leave. You can be wallflowering. I have no problem with wallflowers. Just it's more fun when you interact. Unless there's somebody that can't interact, because I have their chat blocked.
Well,
we've had a few of those before where it's somebody that isn't allowed to comment on the channel, but is just lurking.
Yeah,
there are a few of those, and I have reasons for them being blocked.
Yeah, and just in general, actually, I have a lot of lurkers on my channel because I don't think I've actually blocked anybody on my channel yet. I haven't had to. But it's one of those things because I don't really get to trolls that often. When I do, it's just the perverts, so I just block them immediately. They're just some random dude. You know, like there's those.
I don't tend to block anybody unless they are detrimental to the channel. They can lurk, they can do whatever. I don't care. But I don't allow anybody to do comments. Oh, Cat, it's your favorite time.
Boo!
All right. During the commercial, put your guesses in the chat. What is in the cup? $1 million actually on the line. Well, million Nova bucks. Ooh, ow.
I will say.
And Brad looks like he just lost a bunch, so. Watermelon with crushed watermelon flavor. Oh, there you go. Water. Jeez. I read that wrong. It's water with crushed watermelon flavor packet.
Yeah, okay. And
not watermelon with crushed watermelon flavor packet.
Yeah, you're very special.
See where my brain went there.
Yeah, very special.
We used to do a thing. All right, so I'm not sure if your bowling alleys do this the same way up your way, but you can go to the bowling alley. They'll have a bar in the bowling alley, but if you want to drink, you have to show your card, and you have to wear a special wristband or whatever, and you can't. You have to. They're weird about bringing the drinks out onto the bowling alley. We used to do this thing. We would take Gatorade, right? And you get the flavored Gatorades. Well, I'm not sure, again, if you guys have this up there, but we have flavored vodkas.
Yeah, we have flavored vodka, yeah.
Yeah. So we would take, the watermelon Gatorade, the pink Gatorade, and you'd take a couple swigs out of it, and you'd fill it back up with watermelon vodka. I mean, you're talking, you're taking about probably about a quarter of the 20 ounce or the bigger 32 ounce Gatorades, and you're drinking about a quarter of it, and then you're filling it back up with vodka. Yeah, we've had a few bouncers that were there that were trying to figure out how people without wristbands were getting completely smashed. I mean, to the point to where you're not even making the bowling ball down the lane.
Yeah.
And they come up and they smell your drink. It smells like what it's supposed to. It smells like a Gatorade. And they can't taste it. They can't really do anything. You're not apparently drinking alcohol. I mean, you're drinking a Gatorade. And so you'd get away with drinking while playing bowling without having to go through the bar, and also waiting in the bar for them to give you some freaking really weak drink but charge you double for it. I hated that. Go up and order a Jack and Coke or something, and it's so watered out or just garbage that it doesn't even do anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say bowling alleys up here when it relates to alcohol. To be honest, because I've never actually drank at a bowling alley, to be honest. But it's not you couldn't get there was never a proper at any of them. A proper bar. The only thing you can get is beer. That was it.
No, we have a proper bar in a lot of our bowling alleys.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen that, to be honest. Because usually it's just beer, but I mean that's the one thing though with Canadian beers versus American beers is that we have more alcohol content in our beer. So,
yeah.
That's why when it's so funny when an
Well, I
American
mean, the other thing
does that.
is we have, a lot of our ladies down here don't necessarily like drinking beer, so they'll drink mixed drinks.
Oh yeah, I mean I never drank beer. I hated beer when I could drink. I was always doing mixed drinks, or
Ugh.
I was doing my Smirnoffs. I loved my Smirnoffs.
$16 for a beer that's on tap. Ouch.
Yeah, well, if he's going and see, and that's the one thing. So actually, I'm gonna find that there is something that went a little viral, um, a while back, and this was so the Edmonton Oilers. They have a relatively new stadium, and so the one thing is to kind of help them pay for this brand new stadium, they jacked up the prices of everything. So,
Oh,
um,
they just drag you through the coals, huh?
yeah, let's see. Oilers. Let's just find that. Because as well, they also use that stadium not just for like Oilers games. Like when I see Disturbed in May, it's going to be there. So
Yeah, that's what a lot of them do, especially down here in the States as well. We have monster truck events in them, concerts, anything that they can fill that stadium when it's not being ran with a game, they will do. By the way, again, 1,000,000 points. You not gonna wait forever. Just give me a guess.
so here you go. So this is just 3 things on their menu. So if you want chicken tenders, which is only about I think it looks like about 5 of them, with fries and a drop beer is $30.
Oh. Now, granted, a lot of our events, you get a chicken finger basket with fries, not including the drink. You're looking at like $9.
Yeah, that's what you normally think somewhere
Then you
around
add
there.
another 16 for the beer, like they were saying there. You'd be close to $30
But
at that point.
this is
You'd
even
be
worse.
25.
So just a hot dog and a drop beer, $20.75. You know, or the worst culprit on their menu: 2 cheeseburgers, 2 small bags of Lay's chips, and 2 fountain pops for $55. Just insane.
Well, hey, they don't let you bring any food or drink in. They kind of got you stuck there.
Oh, or
It's just kind of like the movie theaters.
actually, this is worse. Here, so popcorn is the cheapest thing on any menu typically, right? Usually, you can get a bag of popcorn for like $5. Well, this 2 popcorn and 2 fountain pops for $36.50. Like, just insane. Now, yes, this is Canadian, but still, even if you convert that to American, you'd go, "What the hell?" Because it's just way too much, way too much. And that's the one thing. The strategic thing of me bringing my dad to Disturb because he's paying for the food, which could
Well,
cost me as
yeah.
much as the tickets, to be honest, for that. So
Yeah, I mean tickets for Disturbed's got to be like up there too, depending on where you got your seat at.
they're not too bad as seats. Like they're not, lower bowl or anything, but they'll be fine, to be honest. And for
Oh, that's like
both tickets, it was only $128, so it wasn't bad.
yeah. For my first Tool concert, I was kind of up on the left hand of the stage, but all the way almost like not perpendicular, but I was like all the way up in the front corner. So like I wasn't in front of the stage, I was like next to the stage. But that was my first concert that I paid for myself and went to go see. When Jess took me for my birthday, or it was an early Christmas present, a couple like right before COVID, we had some decent spots. We were like, I would say 2/3 of the way down the seating on the one side, so you had a pretty good shot straight into the stage. And then my Avenged Sevenfold concert, I was literally front and center, front row. And that was at the Steel Stacks in Bethlehem. That was fucking awesome. That was so close. I left there with a suntan in the middle of the night.
Nice. I was gonna say,
Because their if you've ever seen an Avenged Sevenfold concert, their pyrotechnics are insane.
yeah, I mean, Disturbed does a lot of pyrotechnics too. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I want to see them. I haven't seen
they
them.
are so.
I want to see them. I want to see Five Finger Death Punch.
They are so good. Cause like, I've seen Disturbed once. This was a few years ago, and the one thing is, and it's so great because you listen to Disturbed, whether it's live or whether you hear, it on the radio or anything, it's identical. Identical.
Mm-hmm, pretty much.
Which is nice because, there are times, like, and another band that's good for that, actually, Billy Talent, because I've seen Billy Talent, I think, twice or three times.
Do you know what band is the opposite of what you would say most concerts are? So you're Disturbed. It's the same, CD or whatever as is in concert. A lot of bands, they sound hollow in concert versus the way they do in whatever. Tool, on the other hand, sounds 120 times better in person than they do in any of their media. To get the full experience of Tool, you need to see them live.
That's interesting.
And once you hear them live, their CDs and what you hear on the radio is almost garbage compared to listening to them on a good quality audio track.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But then you get to the point to where you've seen them live and you're like, it just blows your mind. Because they have so many more speakers to play with, and their speakers are so much better than anything that you can replicate at home.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
You just it is absolutely. Tool in person is a must see. Yeah. If you can get to a Tool concert in person, I suggest you do so.
Well, see, probably the best concert I've ever been to, because yes, I've seen Disturbed, I've seen The Cult, I've seen Billy Talent a few times, but the best ever concert I've been to was the reunion of Guns N' Roses. That was an incredible...
I missed them. I didn't get to see them before they ended.
Yeah, well, this was so... The thing is, this was the reunion. When, Axl Rose finally, I guess, apologized to them and stuff like that, and they got back together for that tour. I don't know if they're still doing stuff or not. I don't think so, but it honestly was worth it. My dad brought me and my sister to that, and what was awesome, because my dad was having issues with his knee that day. Like, he had the cane and everything, and just was really bugging him. So we were able to use the elevator in, I think, what is that stadium? Actually, Harvey would know. In Edmonton, where they play football there. I can't remember the name of the stadium, but that's where we were.
It's that football stadium.
I can't remember what their football stadium's called. I want to say Rexall, but no, Rexall was what Rogers Place used to be called, and that was the old building where the Oilers played out of.
Yeah.
Commonwealth, there we go. Yes, Commonwealth Stadium. That's where we were. And
that's what we call Pennsylvania. It's the Commonwealth.
But honestly, and that was a really good concert. And I can't even remember who opened for them. I have to look, but it was awesome. And interestingly, because not all the time do you see concerts and you actually like all the bands. Because the second Billy Talent concert,
sometimes the openers aren't as good as the main event.
Well, it's interesting because the second or third Billy Talent concert I went to, it may have been the third. So yeah, Billy Talent was the headliner, but then who opened for them? And I'm like, I like a couple of their songs, but I don't like their music overall. Cancer Bats, which. Cancer Bats is a hell of a lot heavier than Billy Talent. I'll tell you that.
Right. Well, the funny thing is okay, so Tool doesn't have an opener. Besides, their concerts are long enough. They go on for hours. Don't need an opener. Avenged Sevenfold didn't have an opener. Though I went and saw 3 Days Grace, they had an opener. Their opener was Finger 11.
Ooh, that'd be good.
So Finger 11 and 3 Days Grace. That was a fucking awesome concert.
Yeah, that would be. Oh.
So you got Paralyzer and Animal I've Become. So Yeah, that was freaking awesome. Let's see, who else did we see? Joan Jett. She didn't have an opener. It was just her. Yeah, I haven't really seen too many more. But yeah, it was like a lot of the bands that I had didn't have openers. It was just them.
Holy crap! It was that long.
But then again, they were pretty big bands, so.
Because yeah, like Billy Talent, when I saw them, because this was the off their Billy Talent 3 album. Because it opened up with Cancer Bats, and it went to Against Me, Alexis on Fire, and then Billy Talent, which again, I don't know who the hell Against Me is, but I knew Cancer Bats, Alexis on Fire, yeah, I know a couple other tunes, and then Billy Talent, which I love Billy Talent. It's one of my favorite bands, you know. And like Disturbed is my ultimate favorite band. But you know what's kind of funny, because like I saw the Cults, which it's so funny because that concert was an absolutely last minute concert. Apparently.
On your part or theirs?
What do you mean? What?
Like, who decided it'd be last minute?
Oh, it was on.
Was it
you
was deciding last minute to go, or them last minute to put it on?
They just decided with like a week prior, like, oh yeah, you know what? We could stop in Lethbridge. So they did. Now the one thing is, probably the worst concert I've been to be honest. I like the Cults, but who opened for them? Because they couldn't find a proper opening band, or they could have just played as themselves. It would have been fine. They found some high school band that was dreadful. Oh my god, they sucked. They were terrible. You know, like their voices, they could not get it proper at all, and just like voice cracking and everything. It's like, oh my god. Like, you couldn't have found anybody? Anybody. Go to the frickin' jazz club.
Maybe they were just trying to support a local artist.
You know, like with a week to go, you could have put out a poll and just quickly look at some groups in Lethbridge and find somebody who was better than that. But they didn't. And I'm sure those kids were excited to be up there. I bet they were. There was only maybe, like, in the Cults, pretty big band. They're not, like, huge anymore. Their heyday was, 20, 30 years ago. But, seeing them, it's really funny, because when I told my friends, hey, I saw the Cult, they're just like, who? I'm like, really? You don't know the Cult? None of you know the Cult. My dad ran into the same issue. He worked security that summer at the Prince of Wales Hotel in, what is that national park? I can't remember. But anyway, it's like this really rundown sort of hotel there. And he was telling everybody, yeah, I just saw the Cult. I'm just like, who the hell's that? Really? Nobody? Nobody knew. I was very sad about that. Waterton, yes. There we go. That's what I was thinking of. And this was before the fire went into Waterton. So, which the fire didn't destroy Waterton, but it did do a bit of damage on that area.
Excuse me.
And
Brad says he was gonna guess Yingling, but he didn't. It's like I don't understand, because like if you guess and you're wrong, then okay, so you guessed and you're wrong. They didn't cost you anything to guess. You don't lose anything by
yeah, and Bradley, you've been here enough times to know it's always one guess unless he says otherwise. You know this. You've been here how long? You should know that.
And if I get into a conversation, I mean, even if I did go back up and look to see if anybody threw in a guess before I showed it. Nobody threw in a guess, so I showed it. So it's not like I just said, all right, I didn't see a guess. I went back and looked. You know, and like I said, if you guessed and were wrong, all right, no big deal. But if you don't guess at all, well, then you can't win.
Yeah, you just throw guesses in, and to me, it's just I can never remember.
Brad, I know exactly how you feel.
Like, and I can never remember what you drink ever, so I just don't even bother. You know.
Most of the you could use the points right now.
I could, but I don't even try because it hurts my head. When I really try and focus on something that I don't know, it really hurts my head. So I just don't.
That's fine.
It's a problem. Well,
nobody has to play.
You have
nobody has to play.
But you have seen what happens with my body when it does that. That's the
But not to
night.
mention, I don't like cranky cat anyway.
Well, also, I mean, that
I
night.
feel bad.
Well, that night I wasn't cranky. That's the night I.
No, that night you just decided to go belly up.
Yeah, I fainted on. Well, not technically on stream, but you heard it.
It was just off screen. We all heard that. We all heard the thunk thunk.
Actually, technically, almost nobody heard that till I came back, and you all rewound.
Well, the thing is we heard it but didn't associate it with you falling. There's a difference. There's hearing it and your brain immediately dismissing it as not important, versus hearing it and knowing exactly what it was. I guess I asked how many guesses as well, but I didn't answer that. My mind's not right with me now. It's off in space. Okay, daughter has a fever. Oh no, that's not good. Alternate Tylenol and ibuprofen. Is it Tylenol and ibuprofen? Yeah, alternate Tylenol and ibuprofen every 2 hours. You can do that. The other thing you can do is a lukewarm bath with wet towels. Like, not lukewarm, but more like room temperature to slightly cooler.
Or you could do it. I don't know why my mother did this. I had heat stroke when I was young. And that's...
The heat stroke's different than a high fever.
Yes, but you don't actually put somebody in a damn near ice cold bath, though, when they're having a heat stroke. You don't do that.
Yeah, no, you don't do that. You just take them to a cooler area.
Yeah, no, that's what my mom did.
Yeah, that was not good. You could have put yourself in shock.
Oh, yeah, definitely could have. And,
any of the things that I suggested would not put the poor kid in shock.
No, they wouldn't. Like, to be honest, that's...
Those are all things that...
That is stuff...
are legitimate things.
Yeah, that is stuff that when I deal with my stuff in the summertime, which that's going to be coming up here, I'm going to be dealing with all that crap again. Because the hotter it gets, the worse it gets. So, which is going to be interesting for the Dino Day, because depending on how warm it is that day, I might be screwed. We'll see.
Well, the swapping between the ibuprofen and the acetaminophen was something that we learned. I didn't know about until my kid was getting big fevers from ear infections. He was getting consistent ear infections every couple of weeks, and the hospital told us that we can alternate acetaminophen and ibuprofen to help keep his temperature down and keep his fever under control until it breaks. Whereas if you were to just take acetaminophen or whatever, well, then you can only take that every 4 hours. But if you alternate, you can take them every 2 hours.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, although I have at times, there was...
That doesn't mean... Wait, let me clarify it, because I just read it in my head and it was wrong. It's not acetaminophen every 2 hours and ibuprofen every 2 hours. It's acetaminophen, 2 hours later, ibuprofen, then 2 hours later you can go back to taking acetaminophen, because there will be 4 hours in between each of those meds, but you're putting in a new fever reducer every 2 hours.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Until the fever breaks.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
There we go.
Because that's, I mean...
Brad says, no, we heard the 4-letter word that you had used as you went down.
Yeah. Because I do remember, you guys didn't hear the thud. I remember that exclusively. Yeah, you heard me swear, because I did. Because that was... I think
I thought that you ran into something or something.
I was still getting used to it then, because now I just if I faint, I faint. It's not a big deal. Now. But then it was relatively
have a product
new
with both together.
So...
Yeah, but the problem with the product being both together is you run into the same issue. If you take both acetaminophen and the ibuprofen at the same time, which that's Excedrin, minus the caffeine. The problem with that is, again, you're still stuck with only being able to take it every 4 hours. Because you got to wait 4 hours in between doses. Whereas, like I said, if you alternate, where you take a dose of acetaminophen, you can take a dose of ibuprofen in 2 hours, and then you're basically offsetting the medicines. You're still only taking each of the medicines every 4 hours, but they're offset 2 hours. which works better. It keeps because I hated that when I had COVID and I had the fever. You could tell when the medicine was starting to wear off, but it wasn't time enough to take the next one. And I would go into the whole fever, chill, shake, too hot, got to take everything off. Now I'm too cold, got to put everything back. For that last like half hour, 45 minutes until you could take another dose.
Yeah, see,
At least this week.
I didn't have that problem with COVID.
Oh, I did. I was everything was locked up. I had the uncontrollable shakes and the freaking unbelievably cold, and then it would be freaking sweating and completely soaking everything. Oh. It was bad.
Got to answer phone.
Nope, cat's on the phone. But yeah, so that helps it so that way you can you have a new dose of meds going in more often than you would be the other way. So that's the reason why I found it. Advil dual action. Yeah, like I said, that's good for pain because if you have pain, the Tylenol is going to is a pain blocker, where the ibuprofen at that point is an anti-inflammatory. So yeah, at that point you're 1-2 punching the source of the inflammation and the pain. Not the same thing with dealing with the fever. The fever is a different animal. I take Excedrin, which has the caffeine, ibuprofen, and acetaminophen for my migraines. Because it's really the only thing that really knocks it out. That explains it clearer than I could find in my memory. Yeah. But yeah, there's some nifty little tricks that you can do. But like I said, I didn't know about the alternating the meds until my kid went to the ER for over 103-degree fever. There was an antibiotic called into Rite Aid here by me, and the pharmacy was closed due to unforeseen. Oh, that sucks. Like I said, you can try those methods. Like you said, you were already doing at least some of them. If I think of anything more, I will message you. But I think that's the main thing that we do is a cool bath with towels. You got to have the wet towels. So the bath water and the wet towels will keep the skin. So that way it helps pull the body heat into the towel and then away from the skin. It works a lot better than just the wet bath alone. And then the Tylenol and ibuprofen alternating. You can also do the wet towel on the forehead when they're not in the bath too. Sometimes that helps. But other than that, it's just kind of waiting it out. And it sucks because sick kids are miserable. I think the only thing worse than sick kids is man flu. And don't sit here and tell me that none of us men get it. We do. How women freaking deal with being sick and just acting like nothing's fucking wrong, because when I get sick, it takes me the hell out. But yeah. Have I had any more issues with my computer? I don't think so. No, my CPU's being fucking normal for once. So I don't know why I have 7 instances of Skype open right now.
You had that before, too. Yeah, there you go.
I don't understand why, though.
I don't know. And obviously, I am back now.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of to do with that is to uninstall Skype and reinstall it.
So that might be the problem. Yeah, sorry, that was just my buddy Cody. That he was just calling me to let me know that, hey, by the way, instead of it being 9 o'clock, it's gonna be 10:30. He's like, yay, that's much nicer on me.
But then again, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I have 10 tabs of Streamlabs. Now, I don't know if maybe that's individual processes within Streamlabs. I don't know. I never thought to look at that before. Oh yeah, it is. Google Chrome has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And yeah. But I only have 1, 2 things of Google Chrome open. Yeah, I only have 2 windows of Google Chrome open.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Like your computer's weird. Yeah, and I didn't even think about that. So we'll see. Tomorrow should be fun, but might be a bit of a shit show too. Didn't even.
And that's your cruise or whatever.
Yep. It's because like Cody just talked to me on the phone and said, yeah, not sure if Mike's gonna be there or not. He's one of the dickheads here in town. That he has a vendetta about me for no reason whatsoever. I don't get it. I haven't done anything to him, and he's just one of these guys.
Sometimes just your existence will piss people off.
And it has. Absolutely has. I don't get why, but whatever.
Most of the time, it ends up being jealousy.
Which, if anybody's jealous of me, I'm gonna laugh at them so hard because I have no money, and I have, in the grand scheme of things, a meager social media following. Like, to be honest, I have.
You are catching the hell out of me.
Yeah, I'm 27, 24, I think.
I am at 29, 33.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna catch you though before 3,000. I'm not sure.
It won't take long after me reaching 3,000 though for you to catch me.
No, like I will catch you at some point, but I think you're gonna get 3,000 before I do. So I'm not having my videos right now. Like sometimes I get videos where like every video is like 1,000 views, and that gets me a bunch of subscribers. But lately it hasn't done that. My last few haven't done quite as well. So. Which kind of sucks. But, I mean, my last video, though, at least, that's over 600 at the moment, so that's kind of nice. Because initially it started really freaking slow, that video. Oh, my God. I was getting, maybe 10 views an hour, and then all of a sudden it just kind of shot up overnight. It's like, it's cool.
I'm lucky if I get 10 views in a freaking day sometimes.
Yeah, and I don't get it with you. Like, to be honest. Now, granted, I promote the crap out of my stuff. Like, to hell and back, but still.
Yeah, like the first truck video, the body for that one, it's got 174 views, and that was 3 weeks ago.
Okay, and
it's been out for 3 weeks.
Yeah. And to answer Harvey's question, so the Vruk is not gone yet. So it was supposed to be. I've been paid for it, so I really don't care. It can sit there all summer. I don't give a crap. But the thing is, I sold it, and now it just is sitting there because he was going to pick it up last week, but he was borrowing his dad's truck, and his dad's truck decided it was going to have an engine light that put it into lit mode. So via the transmission, apparently, problem. So,
I know what that feels like, dealing with somebody all the way down in Tennessee. And my truck deciding to, the biggest type of check engine red light there can be, as in engine no longer spins over.
Yeah, I mean, I have that problem. With that truck.
Yeah, it's just locked up. Locked up on the side of 81 South in Virginia.
See, it sucks especially when it decides it's gonna lock up on you when you're going down the road.
And really far away from home.
Yeah, that's quite the distance from you. Like
when it's also like 32 degrees outside.
I had to process that for a second. I'm like, that's quite hot. Oh wait, no, that's Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that's called frozen outside, and with truck no running, truck makes no heat, and we were stuck with we still had like a good 3 hours before we were even rescued. We had to wait 3 hours for somebody to drive down to come get us.
Yeah, and
Oh my god, I am seeing that there's so much ruck in my chat right now.
yes, the Rook. And I hope that I don't know what he's gonna do with it. If he's
You can,
gonna,
by the way, you guys can catch that video. That video is on my YouTube channel of us getting stuck in Virginia. It's called what the hell is that video called?
that's a weird one. I've never really heard of many issues with the Eco Diesel there, Harvey.
We've had an Eco Diesel in the shop this week. No codes, but sounds like a cement mixer full of bowling ball. Maybe it's not a something that will throw a code. Maybe it's got some actual mechanical failure instead of an electrical failure. A computer failure.
But he says it's 2 Eco Diesels, not just 1. In the same week. That's kind of interesting. Like, granted, I haven't looked into Eco Diesels that much. I like the idea of it though. Like, okay, 3-liter diesel turbocharge you put in the truck, makes like about 300 horsepower and about 500 foot-pounds of torque. Not a bad little deal, to be honest.
Yeah, the video that I was talking about is called "The Doomed Trip."
The Doomed Trip.
It's on my 22 minutes long.
And it's kind of nice because for a little bit, because the thing is here in Alberta, like we get our really really cold weather for about a month typically, or 2 months between January and February typically, and then it tapers off after that. And it has, like, right now it's freaking beautiful outside, but the thing is, so my content kind of dried up for a bit and everything was all down, and now it's back up again, only slightly on some categories. Like my subscribers it says it's bang on where it usually is, approximately over 28 days. But what's so weird, because of the fluctuations I have, this is the dumb thing about the YouTube algorithm, is why can't it give an exact average for subscribers over your lifetime as opposed to a range? And it's a broad range when you think about it. Because they say, yeah, right now, in the past 28 days, I have 59 subscribers, which they say is about the same as the usual 53 to 92. That's a broad range.
I lost what we were talking about.
Like on here, I'm not sure. Oh, there you go. And Bradley's gonna watch that apparently, as he's watching this. Cool.
Yeah, that's why you have multiple sources.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm watching the hockey game right now, which, the Flames really need to win this game.
I am watching you in 3 different places.
I feel special.
I know. I have you on a little screen over here on this monitor. You're on Skype. You're on my wait. Now I'm watching you in 4 places.
Hey, there you go. 4-dimensional here.
Yep, there's one of you here. There's one of you here. There's one of you here. And there's one of you over here. Oh my god. I only have one source.
Technically, if I turn on everything that's in my immediate vicinity, if I open stuff up and stuff like that, I could have 6, I think. Because let's see,
I can have as many as my freaking CPU will let me have open.
Well, there's this laptop.
Or my RAM.
Well, I'm talking about separate devices. So there's this laptop.
Should I start breaking out multiple phones?
There's that laptop. There's my phone. There is the PS4 and the PS3 that I can both use. So that's, how many is that? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, 7. There you go. I could do 7 for devices, and now I could find other phones around here too, and make it probably closer to 10. But no, you have a bunch of phones. So.
No, I mean, does it really count? This isn't even the 2 phones that are out in my garage as well.
I mean, if they can access the internet, then yeah, it does count. So.
But the thing is I have multiple monitors. Technically, it's one device, but it's multiple monitors. Because technically, I can also play that on another screen that's right here. Because this is technically an extension of my desktop at that point. Except for this one's touchscreen.
Now, it's kind of interesting when you look at your content stuff. Because
what?
Well, I just decided I'm in YouTube Studio just looking at stuff, right? And I go over to content, and apparently I've actually lost subscribers in live streams lately. Over the past 28 days, I've lost 8 via live stream.
Wow.
That hurt. That's.
So where do you get that metric?
So it's on my phone, right? You open
Right.
up.
I'm on my phone.
So open up that. Go to analytics.
Okay, I'm on analytics.
Then at the top, scroll over to content.
Okay, content.
And then where it says the views, so this tab right here, you just do that, right? And
so it's where it says subscribers?
Yeah, and then it'll tell you in there.
Yeah, I've gained 25 subscribers through videos, 1 subscriber through live stream, and I have lost 2 under other. And that's in the last 28 days. In the last 365 days, I have gained 308 subscribers through videos, 5 through a live stream, 4 through shorts, and I have lost 21 through other.
Okay, so apparently, I should just stop doing live streams, apparently. People don't like them. Because for the last 365 days, I've actually lost 22 subscribers via live stream.
Oh, wow.
For reference, videos, 712. Shorts, 255. Whatever other is, 136. And even my posts have gotten me 4.
I don't ever get anything through posts. All right, so it is time for us to insert an ad. So we're going to insert ad right now.
Ooh, ads.
If I go through lifetime, I have gained 1.7 thousand through videos, 1.1 thousand through other, 17 through live streams, and 6 through shorts.
Well, now if we look through lifetime, because actually, how many did you say through regular videos that you've gotten?
1.7 thousand.
Hey, ditto, same.
Yeah.
Same, but I've actually, so overall live streams.
I don't know what other is.
I don't know what other is either. I have no idea. Because I've gotten 667 from other. What is that?
1.1 thousand through other. Now, granted, I know I've lost a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it says, live stream. For the total of my channel, I've lost 43 subscribers via live streams.
Wow. I don't have any in the negative under lifetime.
That is amazing. I never do that. I wonder.
2002, I gained 329 through videos, 6 through shorts, and I lost 16 in other. 23, which is this year, I've gained 72 through videos, 5 through live streams, and I've lost 12 through other.
Oh, and Jesse said that other is probably when you go to the channel and you subscribe that way.
There's probably a bunch of different ways, either through the channel, or if you can also have your subscribe link as an embedded link in like your Facebook and other places where they can just click subscribe straight through there. There are ways to do that as well. But yeah, it's annoying when you get a couple subs and then you see like you lose 1 or 2. It's annoying.
Yeah, but
I've lost 3 in one day before.
Yeah, there's some videos that have lost me subscribers at times. But that blows me away that the live streams have lost that. Even though
it's pretty cool when you can see metrics like that, though.
Yeah, that's good to know. So do less live streams. Gotcha. I normally just do live streams when I'm bored. So there's that.
Yeah.
And I'll do live streams, or I'm going down the road, and I do a live stream going down the road. That's a lot of my live streams. So
I have negative people on the live stream right now. -2 people. How do you have -2 people in the live stream?
The only way I could think of for that to actually happen,
I've had -1.
well, see, no, you had all these people. They quickly dropped out. 2 people went back in. They disliked the video. They dropped out. -2. But
I guess I don't know.
and now, I mean, yeah, we don't get to see publicly of dislikes on videos. You know.
I know it's annoying. It's just really hard to find the dislikes.
Yeah, I found that too.
Like, I would like to know, you know?
Like, I've found that metric before, but you have to go, like, individual video to find that instead of just overall.
I know, it's annoying.
Yeah, so, you know, actually here...
But it helps. I mean, like, it's the thing that sucks is, okay, so I can tell that some people might like the video, but there's a lot of people that like a video but never hit the like button. It'd be nice to know one way or the other, you know, if you do dislike it, it should make you have to leave a comment. Like, why did you dislike it? Do you just dislike the button to dislike it, or is there a reason why you disliked it? You know, and that's feedback that, you know, it could help. I mean, if all we get is people telling us how good we are, how do we know where we need to improve? You know, if the only thing we get is positive comments or positive influence, like likes, like, it doesn't show you where you are not doing well at.
Yeah, exactly.
Nova, look at my Instagram.
Oh, because he was talking to... There's a video that he was going to send you of his Bronco, the hatch opening with a button, which, you know, Bronco 2.
I see.
That's kind of cool, actually.
And then it's pushing out his chair. I think it's his chair.
That's cool. Stuff like that is cool. Or, like, one of the coolest...
Let me turn off the volume. And I will see if I can get it to rotate. Rotate. Why won't you rotate? Fine, I'll just download it and then I'll fucking play it. Then I can rotate it. No. Gallery, where are you at? There it is.
Okay, come on, guys. Please score. Had to use the lift to push it slightly to open it. Interesting. I mean, but so one of the coolest things I think I ever saw for any of that, so I don't know if you've heard of they had a show as well, but there's a shop called Phantom Works. Yeah, so that's pretty cool, you know, that does that. But there's a shop called Phantom Works, and the one thing is, there was a disabled veteran, that he, wanted to get his, so he didn't want to drive a minivan or anything, like, really tall or anything, which usually that's what you need when you're, you know, when you're in a wheelchair. So they actually designed this really cool, I think it was either a 70 or 71 Chevelle, to where they made it so it actually has a third door on the driver's side, and it opens via hydraulics, and there's a ramp that comes down for his wheelchair. Like, that is the coolest thing, and he had hand controls, and he could drive it, which is the coolest thing I think I've ever seen. You know? You can do that.
Brad. Oh, by the way, I need to... No, we did do that. Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the bad motor or the starter. You could have a bad ground or a bad connection to the battery as well. So I would check the battery connections and stuff first. Check to make sure you got a good connection at the battery. Check to make sure you have a good connection down at the starter. I would also run multimeter. Oh my God, it's multimeter run. Check with a multimeter. Check the continuity and stuff between the leads going down to the starter. He would like a van. Vans are really good for people with disabilities, just because there's a lot of it's a lot easier because it's got a nice flat floor through it most of the time.
Yeah, like, and depending on the van, to be honest, there are some vans that are actually kind of cool. So, like, because it's usually like when you see them, they're minivans, they're like, Dodge Caravans and stuff. It's just not really cool, right? But if you could do it with like an old
You get an
version,
'80s van.
yeah,
You pop a door on the side with a ramp. You can literally go right up through the side. Just move out the captain's chair, and you can wheel your wheelchair and lock it in place right there at the steering wheel.
yeah. I just want to see. There we go. So that there's a good. So this one made by PhantomWorks that I mentioned. This was season 1 of their show, actually. I didn't realize it was that early. So you see this. This is a 1970 Chevelle. Hopefully it decides it's going to.
Oh, we can see it. It's nice and focused.
It is okay. So you see on there that where there normally wouldn't be a door there, they've made it so it opens and there's a ramp, right?
That's pretty cool.
Right, and the chair just goes right there. There's a seatbelt in the car, and it like anchors in place too. So he doesn't, need to get rid of his power chair because he has like no mobility whatsoever. It's just, his hands and like upper torso. So that is like stuff like that is so cool. I love that, and this is for the I think it's called the Wounded Warriors Project. They do some stuff for veterans this way, and it's all paid for. Because yeah, that for them to do that, I think it cost like it was 50 grand or something like that. Like it was expensive, but just super cool though. And like the veteran didn't pay anything out of pocket. This was done by the program,
and with the Chevelle they could do that with because that's a full frame car.
Oh yeah, I guess they are full frame. I was thinking because the full size Mopar, or not full size, but the contemporary Mopars to those were unibodies.
Yeah, because they had a K frame. The Chevelles were one of the last full body GMs.
Yeah, well, I mean there were other Mopars that were body on frame, to be honest, and even still GM, their last body on frame wasn't that the '96 Caprice?
It was still basically the same thing as the Chevelle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, but I'm just saying, I think that was the last for them. Well, Ford had the official last body on frame, it's like sort of sedan.
They still do.
Well, not,
it's the
not still.
The Cougar platform.
Well, the what platform?
Crown Vic.
Yeah, Panther, which died in
Panther,
2011.
Cougar, it's the same.
Yeah, it's
Big Cat. Big Cat. I was close.
It's the Panther platform, which people don't realize. The Panther platform started in like 70, I think it was 77 or 78. And went to 2011, which is officially the longest running platform ever. And nothing is going to beat that because they keep changing their stuff too often now.
Oh yeah.
So it's.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, the funny thing is you're not going to have longest platforms now because everything is going to be on the same platform with a different body stuck on top of it.
Yeah, that's for racing.
Even over multiple makes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
literally, even like there's companies out there cranking out just EV bottoms, where the manufacturers are just going to put a car on top of the EV chassis.
Yeah, there are some doing stuff like that. Yeah. Although I do like actually, there's this company actually that is doing something kind of interesting that has been done, oddly enough, in locomotives for a very long time, but they haven't, did it with cars. A company called Edison Motors actually, and they are trying to produce a factory hybrid that happens to be a diesel electric, which I don't know why they haven't really chased that. Because locomotives have done it forever, and it works great, and you get ultimate fuel efficiency. That's where you get stupid numbers, like well over 100 miles to the gallon doing that. Compared to a regular hybrid, you're lucky if you get like 40, which is dumb, because diesels get that or more.
I just like places like Toyota and I think Ford. Is it Ford? That they're trying to get away from electric vehicles, and they were looking at what we were talking about, using the The hydrogen.
Yeah, it's not Ford, because Ford is going full blown with the EV, although they are the last, I guess they're being the last vestige of the internal combustion engine by the looks of it. Because Ford is keeping the sort of Coyote right up until they're not allowed to anymore. So, and yeah, like Toyota said it. I think Toyota's the only one so far. I don't think anybody else has. And if they have, then I mean, I don't know for sure. But I've only heard of Toyota, which is awesome, and I love hearing that because Toyota has already invested into hydrogen, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, and that is true, actually. Like, Edison is starting with, yeah, big trucks, but they do want to make a passenger sort of, like, half-ton truck to do that, too. And, you know, it's funny, Jesse, I saw two Lightnings today, like the newer electric ones. And it's just, it's interesting, you know? Because you look at them, and the one thing I will say about the Lightning, compared to some other ones, that it actually looks like just a regular truck until you really look closely at it. Then you can tell, oh, that's actually electric. Where a lot of electric cars don't have a grill, well, with the Lightning, they decided to add a grill to it to make it look like that it's still a truck. And the taillights are very similar, too, and the body itself is very similar. It's different, but it's similar.
No, I have no desire.
Yeah, I mean, they're not my thing, obviously. But, you know, when you see them, it's just like, oh, hey, that's...
I'm not going to sit here and say somebody else, like a lot of people are like, oh, they shouldn't exist at all. No, I have no problems with them being here. My issue is the fact that you're forcing me from not being able to have the vehicle that I want.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And actually, the one thing with Jesse saying first electric F-150 you've seen, yeah, it's the only one. Unless it's custom stuff, but actual...
Why are we trying EV again? Do they not know about the fields onto the fields of EV that they have buried because they couldn't scrap them out over in the UK?
I haven't heard of that, but... And, like, some...
I know to get rid of them is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, now, the one thing is...
And then we're just going to end up having a shit ton of these hitting landfills within a couple of years.
Yeah, because what's... Like, so, actually, I did talk with... Because my buddy Cody, he happened to, you know... he works for Ford, and he told me a little bit about that. The insider stuff that they tell you. And so he did say, like, he has talked about where all of the stuff, at least in Canada, and I believe in the States, for EVs, the batteries can be 100% recycled, apparently. But I don't believe that, only because there's always going to be one or two, at least, or more, that can't be. There's just something wrong with them. That's
well, the thing is that there's also the thing is, technically, how much of the freaking our waste is technically recyclable, but it costs more to recycle it than it is efficiently possible.
Yeah. Oh.
Just because something can be recycled doesn't mean that it's cost effective to recycle it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's one of those things that, because even like he talked about, where, you know, for them to be quote unquote carbon neutral to the gasoline powered vehicle, it takes 160,000 kilometers of driving, which that's 100,000 miles, right? Like, it's a long time if you think about that. And how many of those electric vehicles are actually going to travel that? Because it's such a pain in the ass to travel with them, right?
They're not.
No, most of them...
The thing is it's just so stupid. I mean, again, if you look at... There's some YouTube videos out there about the whole campaign of when we started the recycling and different other things, other green initiatives that we've had in the past, and the truth behind them and what actually happened and the reason for doing things. I've watched it and the thing is yeah, a lot of this stuff is blowing smoke up people's butts to get them to buy shit. It's not necessarily of being green. It's to get you to buy into a new market. So you're buying all new things. knowing the fact that 90% of the stuff that they're doing is not going to happen the way they're saying it's going to happen. You know, it was a hell of a lot greener to have the bottles that you turned back into the bottling company to get repurposed than it is the plastic bottles. Plastic bottles weren't made to be greener. They're made just to be easier to freaking manufacture. The glass bottles were always a much greener option.
Yeah, well, even, aluminum cans. These, when they were actually designed, because these are what phased out initially, and then it went to plastic after this, but you still have these around. This is what phased out the glass bottles back in the day. Yes, you can still get some glass bottles, but there's not that many anymore. When it comes to just general drinks, some companies are trying to bring them back, but because here in Alberta, actually, we have, we can go recycle our cans and our bottles and stuff, but we actually pay extra for every, you buy a 24 case of whatever, or a 12 or whatever, you're paying a deposit on every single one of those that you get back later, which is fine, and it works. It's a 5 or 10 cent deposit, or up to on 4 liters, or otherwise known as a gallon for you guys, like milk jugs and stuff like that. Those you get 25 cents back, but you pay 25 cents up front too. So, and just basically getting your money back, minus if you need.
Here's I think one of the. This is definitely a video. One of the videos that I watched. I'll put it down in the chat.
And see, and Harvey, we know, there are plenty of vehicles. I've physically been in the highest mileage vehicle I've physically seen that I've been in, and it drove just fine, had 827,000 kilometers on it. It was a Honda Accord. Now, it was on its second engine and its third transmission, but still, that's impressive. Regardless, there are some vehicles that do that on its original drivetrain, which blows my mind when you can do that. But that's one of those things where, many vehicles can last over 500,000. A lot of them can't on their original drivetrains. Now they're quite tired and they just want to die, but they don't. And that's a lot of any of the stuff. You take a lot of the carbureted stuff, especially the V8s and inline 6s from the 60s and 70s and even into the 80s. Those could last a very long time. As long as you took care of them. You can still beat the hell out of them, but as long as you did the maintenance on them, they were damn reliable. And they would last a long time. There's a reason, there's that famous story of the dude that, he put, what was it, 1.5 million miles on his old C10 or something like that? And
there's also, there's a bunch of vehicles out there that are like that. Wasn't there the one that, I'm not sure, it was a Japanese brand, I think, that he had it for so freaking long that the company took it back and completely restored it just because the fact that it had lasted that long.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Trying to remember what company. I want to say it was Toyota.
Yeah, I think it was. It was a Japanese company, I'm pretty sure.
Because I think it was
the guy had it for so long and put so many miles on it that they completely replaced everything on it with new parts and gave it back to him.
Well, and that's kind of cool when companies do that, because they don't do it very often. They do it, obviously, it's a PR stunt, and it's great when they do that. Yeah. And Harvey, because the one thing is, most vehicles, they're not maintained. That's the thing about that, right?
Yeah. The poor vehicle I saw today. Oh, so we had my kids' T-ball opening day today, and Jess's coworker also her kid is playing farm league or whatever. It's one step above T-ball, but not quite little league.
Okay.
It's in between.
Yeah.
Her kid's in that, and she stopped over, and she had a transmission leak. Now, she's had all kinds of stuff done. She's had the engine replaced, the deer hit the front end of it. She already had some transmission work done on it where they replaced some hoses and stuff. And so I'm all right. I'll crawl under it and see what I can find. And I went in there and sprayed down everything, cleaned everything up, just so I could see where something is leaking from. Because the whole front of this vehicle, all the way up the front of the engine, up on top of the engine, the radiator, everything is coated in gunk and grime and everything else because of this transmission leak. Because it was getting caught up in the fan, and then the fan was sitting there and blowing it all over the engine. So I had to clean everything down to find it. And I found where they replaced some hoses. They charged her like $300, $200, $300 to replace some hoses. I found out what they did. They cut the hard lines and put on some just regular old fucking rubber hosing with some hose clamps. Charged her a fucking arm and a leg instead of just replacing it with the actual, like, factory shit. This is a shop. This isn't like somebody's backwoods where this shop did this.
Oh yeah, there's sadly plenty of shops that'll do stuff like that,
Unfortunately, that's not where it was leaking from, though their job was really piss poor at doing what they did, but it wasn't where it was leaking. At the end, just past where if they would have replaced these lines like they should have, she wouldn't have a leak right now. It's cracked right where the fitting meets the tubing.
Of course.
Just past where they cut to put on the rubber tubing. So I got to replace that, what they already replaced. I've got to replace it anyway. I got to find out what exact line it needs and get it. But so their fix cost probably 2.5 feet of rubber line, and I'm being generous. It's probably more like 2 feet, and 4 hose clamps, screw style hose clamps. Right? So what? 30, $40? And I'm being generous there too, as in like that they even spent that much. Because I'm sure their whole roll of that hose that they probably had in the shop probably didn't cost more than $20 for the whole box.
No, exactly. Where you
and they used like 2 feet of it.
Yeah, and it's just it's a cop out way, and there's a lot of shops that'll do that. Like
they charged her like almost like $200 and some for it.
Yeah, see, that's why I like one of my local shops here in town, because it's the only local shop that I will bring my car to, period, if I do. But now, for the most part, I'll just bite the bullet and drive the 2.5 hours to put it on the lift instead. It's still cheaper than sending anything to the shop now. But, because the one thing is, they'll do stuff for me pretty cheap. Like, there's something I've been meaning to ask them, and I just haven't yet, because one of the issues with my convertible, there's a few things wrong with it, but the one I could fix fairly easily is the power steering pump leaks like a bastard. It has last year, I just never replaced it. Because, now GM did this too. Dodge probably did as well with their power steering pumps. To where, if you want to replace the pump, you have to actually have a pulley puller and pull the pulley off. Which is a dumb design, but they do it like that so you bring it into the shop, But basically, I have one in the shed. It's already on a bracket and everything. It just needs to get that one off. So I've wanted to actually text, because I physically have the owner's phone number, his cell number, on my phone, that I could text him and ask, so if I brought in a power steering pump that's already pulled off, and you just put the pulley on another pump, and I reinstall it myself in the car, what would it cost? Because I imagine they'd only charge me maybe $20 for that.
Yeah, Bradley, the thing that you sent me, is not vehicles in France. It is actually a field in China. According to the website, is a storage lot of 3,000 obsolete energy efficient vehicles located in China's Hangzhou province. The lot was rented out in order to store the vehicles. So
because likely, if it's vehicles that are, sort of just parked there in a field and just kind of rotting away, likely that...
October 14th, vehicles were the same location, same large lot, vehicles no longer there. Um,
Yeah, it's probably what that was. Likely chip shortage is my guess. To be honest, because a lot of the stuff like that happens. Because especially if we all remember back in early 2020 and all the chips kind of come from China, or most of them do, they shut the complete country down. They weren't doing anything, right? So there was no chips going out, or hardly any. So it was kind of a problem. And there's still lots of vehicles. There's thousands, even over here, thousands of vehicles that are just waiting for some simple little microchips to this day, and they're like 2 years old, 3 years old.
Though, what it does say is these were vehicles from Autolib, an electric ride-sharing company that operated from 2011 to 2018. The company's slogan is seen on the side of the vehicles. The cars were introduced back in 2011, were part of a partnership between the city of Paris and transportation called Bollier. In 2016, the deal with the city began falling apart, and the parent company reported a deficit of 179 million euros. And the city decided to not renew the contract. So the cars were parked because the contract fell apart, not because the cars were no longer usable. In 2018, the city formally announced on Twitter the ride search would no longer be available.
Yeah, so there you go.
So, yeah, the vehicles, so they were French vehicles, but it was, I guess they were transported to China for storage.
Yeah.
And then obviously never brought back out of storage.
Yeah, well, who wants electric cars that are, 12 years old at this point?
From 2011.
When electric cars weren't great yet. Like, electric cars are pretty...
Though those cars, all of those cars were only used in service for 4 years.
Yeah, it's really sad. And actually, to answer, so Harvey asked a question about there's a 91 Caddy on the hoist, that engine cooler lines are damaged, new lines are discontinued, hard line is half-inch steel. So, easiest way to do that, literally, you can go to Canadian Tire and you can get the line, you just have to bend it yourself. Quite literally. As long as you have the correct end on it, like the thread, which is
the hydraulic shop can even bend them for you and put ends on them.
Yeah, well, even like the one thing is with those hard lines, yeah, okay, it's better if you use a bender, but you can literally bend it by hand.
91 Caddy engine oil cooler line.
Yeah, so literally.
What if they're discontinued here?
Probably in general, because gotta remember, 91 Cadillac, that's gonna be the 4.1 likely, which they didn't make for very long.
Is it the DeVille, Birmingham, or Fleetwood?
It would have been. It's probably. I'm gonna guess it's the 4.1, so it probably would have been the same for all the cars. To be honest, we're very similar. They were all front-wheel drive, so it doesn't matter. Because there was like the DTS, or no, not even DTS at that point. DTS had the North Star in it. It was before that. Like, yeah, those. Like, I'm assuming it has the 4.1.
I can get them here for $27.
And I do wonder, like, I mean, yeah.
91 to 93 Cadillac DeVille oil cooler line AC Delco.
Oh,
I can get them from Park Heat, Advanced Auto.
It's the Brougham d'Elegance, so it has the 5.7. So yeah, that's just generic line, quite literally. You should be able to find that no problem. Like even up here.
Let me.
Like where? Okay, now Harvey, I have a question. Where have you actually looked for those lines?
Yeah, because that seems like a.
Because quite literally, I can go to my Napa right now and get those, or they just bend them for me. To be honest, even at Napa.
It's the same line.
Okay, it is. So yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, that should just be that, especially for a 5.7, like that's simple. And so the Elegance was on the same chassis as like a Caprice, so even that would be the same. Like pretty sure
Sometimes it just takes a little bit of and the thing is a lot of the time. You try to buy shit and it's not necessarily that something isn't available. It's that the person who's trying to look it up doesn't know how to look it up because they can't find it at face value.
Yeah, see, and I'll tell
Because
you.
they don't find it exactly where they're looking. They don't know how to work around and look at it in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, like, if for some reason you just can't find it, just take that line off like it's broken, but you have the dimensions of it and everything. Just go to, like, even just Canadian Tire or even Napa and say, hey, I need this, just like this. This is what it's from. And either
Sometimes you can find a part number on it. I mean, if you got a part number, that makes it even better because you can look it up on Google and you can find other companies that may have made that part that may have a different part number but are the same part.
yeah, and that's one of those things, too. And because I've, like, dealt with some of this stuff with my cars, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, yeah, that's just generic line, though, especially if it's hard line. God, that's easy. That's easy. Okay, so Caprice had cooler lines to the driver's side. These go from the driver's side across the front of the engine to the passenger side of the rad. Okay, so I guess the Caprice was a little different then, which is weird because they're the same frickin' car, same chassis anyways, same engine, same transmission. Like, that's weird. Yeah, but honestly, I mean, legit, if you just pull it off, I would just go, like, bring it to any store. Napa can do it. Although, depending, mind you, I don't know how competent your local Napa is. Because I found a lot of, and he says, half-inch ID line is easy to get. OD is a different creature. See, I don't know the difference between the two. Between ID and OD.
Inside diameter, outside diameter.
Oh, duh.
In other words, and as long as it is bigger than a half-inch outside diameter, you can find half-inch inside diameter. It's bigger, which means you're not gonna have. You don't want to go smaller. You can go bigger, just not smaller. So a half-inch outside diameter tubing, inside diameter tubing will be just fine. It's not smaller, it's bigger. Because it's a half-inch on the inside. So you can go bigger, just can't go smaller. And as long as you get the right fittings on the end of the line to be the right thread pitch for the whatever it's going into, which I think those ones have, I guess they are threaded on the end.
They should be, yeah. Because they would thread into the rad.
All right. And you can always use an adapter. So if it's too big, you can take an adapter to adapt down to the size that you need.
That's true, too. Like, I even have adapters here for some of that. Because I bought adapters not realizing that I already had adapters, that I didn't actually need adapters. So I actually have, like, 2 sets of adapters for...
Yeah, that's normal. That is, honestly, that is perfectly normal to happen with that type of line. Especially brake lines are known for that. You just take, you can take it all. I mean, they're still going to know the general shape that it was.
Yeah, I mean, and even...
And it doesn't need to be bent exactly as original, just as long as it makes it through all of the original places it was supposed to.
Yeah, and something you could do as well. So you already cut it out. So that line, and you just make sure, okay, where you cut it, because I'm assuming you cut it right at the fitting, which that's fine, because it's literally less than, like, that's maybe 1/8 of an inch total.
An inch, maybe.
Yeah, if that, depending on the size of the fitting, I suppose. But anyways, so you have, that, and whatever you had to cut off on the other end, unless you didn't. Unless you just left them on, which, whatever, you can cut them off there too. And just bring that line into any sort of shop and just say, hey,
right.
I need this line that's hopefully this long or maybe a little bit longer. Because if it's a little bit longer, the beauty of that line is you don't even have to cut it. You could just bend it a little bit more at spots to make up that it's too long. That's the beauty of that style of line. It's not like rubber line where it's a little different. Hard line.
I had a freaking line. I had a brake line on my truck that was literally just a bunch of straight lines put together, connected, and then kind of slightly bent here and there to get it to where it needed to go. It doesn't, unless you're looking for OEM exact quality. You can finagle some stuff, make it work. I mean, that's the beauty of automotive stuff. There's how many things that you just make shit work. Especially if it's to get it down the road until you can find what you're looking for. There's stuff that I've had on my Nova that, hey, I have a 77 Nova. They don't make things for that car. The car's 30 some, 40 some years old now. They don't make stuff for that car. It's not a a popular Camaro or whatever. You got to make stuff work. What's the matter, Jess?
Yeah.
You're hungry now. What would you like? I can make pizza bites.
Well, and that's the one thing. And if you guys can't do it there, I bet that there is even go to it. I'm not even kidding. You could go to find a radiator shop. They probably have.
Harvey, if you give me after this live stream, I've already got to go find a transmission cooler lines for a CRV. It's CRV? Mm-hmm. For a CRV, I'm sure I can find you the lines you need. If you give me enough time and digging, I can get you a link. So, and again, it doesn't matter if it's aluminum or steel. That's not going to matter. You just need to find the right line.
Yeah, and even
it's not going to matter. It's honestly, it's for what you're looking at. It's not going to matter if it's steel or aluminum.
I mean, and legit, as long as it works, it's not hacked together. Who cares? And I'm sure the customer's not going to care.
I'm going to send in a thingy. You continue this conversation. I'm going to go and pop some pizza bites in the either the stove or the microwave for her.
All right.
Add you, and I'm also going to get a drink.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, no, you take your time. Sounds good.
Just because GM discontinued it doesn't mean that some other third party hasn't manufactured them.
Yeah, you don't need to get OE parts, and in fact, for the most part, the parts you get at any parts store are not OE anymore. They're they're aftermarket. Even though they are original spec, they're not made by them anymore. Because just because GM discontinued it doesn't mean that other people don't make it. And that's one of those things. I bet if you go to a transmission shop, you could even call them and just ask, hey, I'm looking for the line for this, this 91 De Elegance with a 5.7 in it. Can you help me? And they might say, sure, bring in the line and we can bend it for you. I bet they could do that. To be honest, if that's the route you need to go down, too. Because they're going to have all the equipment for that. Those rad shops, 100%. I bet that they would. Yeah, exactly. That's the one thing. All of these companies make different, for example, you can look at a lot of, suspension components or even just a bunch of other stuff, like Dorman. They never made original parts for these cars. They just picked it up after the original companies didn't make them anymore. That's a lot of these companies that do that. Or they just make it cheaper than the OE did, and that's fine. A lot of this stuff is totally fine. Some of it's junk, but a lot of it's okay. I mean, you're a mechanic, you know this stuff. And that's one of these things. Yeah, I mean, I don't do much for Dorman stuff, to be honest. I was looking at, because actually something a little hard to find that I've been trying to track down, and I think I found one, but unfortunately they only ship to the States, so that doesn't work out. And there is one in Rock Auto, but God, is it expensive. Harmonic balancer for my 81 Mustang, because it's not a major issue, but it is actually a problem with my harmonic balancer on the front of that thing. It's just the crank pulley, essentially. So whenever I start the car, not every time, but I'll hear this little bit of a squeal. And it's the pulley itself. It's not the belts. The belts are fine. And the rest of the pulleys are fine. It's that. And that's the one thing also might be the reason why that I think that my because my idle is really high in that car, and it's probably because I cannot guarantee what the timing is. So there's that. Yeah, and I think it has slipped just a little, not majorly, but I think it slipped a little bit. And so like it still drives just fine, but like I've been chasing, like there's an issue I've been chasing for a while since I did the manual swap. I've been chasing a high idle. So, and it definitely is. It's pretty much impossible. So I'd have to replace that. It's just finding one that isn't god awful expensive, because they want $300 on Rock Auto for one. I found one, like Dorman makes one off of another website that's like $175. That's a little better, but like that's US, and then with shipping and everything, it'd still be cheaper. By the time you do shipping across the border and everything with not a company, no, it would probably be about the same price when it's all said and done, to be honest. Like, and it's one of those things. I'll just eventually have to when I have the money, just bite the bullet and go get one from Rock Auto. Well,
what did we figure out?
Well, and I mean, I'm talking about my own thing now. So,
okay.
Because just to get you up to speed, so I think I found out the problem, because I've been chasing that high idle for a long time now in my car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure, because now, not every single time, but every once in a while I start up the car, I hear a quick little squeal, and it sounds like a belt squeal, but that's not what it is. It's the crank pulley. That's the harmonic balancer on that car. So it's just slipped just a little bit. So I think, we don't know
which is causing you to give it a bad timing.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark.
And it's making it so like it's impossible to set the proper timing on that car.
Right. So now, do you know how you can? I can give you a way that you can make a mark on the balance on the inside of the balancer where it's connected to the crank to find out exactly where top dead center is. You can do it one of two ways. You can take number one spark plug out, and you can do what they call a cylinder stop, which is you can make one yourself using an old spark plug. Basically, with an old spark plug, you take all the porcelain out of the spark plug, and you thread the inside to fit a pitch of a bolt that you have, and you're gonna screw the inside bolt down just long enough that it touches the top of the piston when you hand turn the engine over, and then you turn it one way, right? And you mark where it is on the balancer for the timing for like 0 degrees. Then you spin it the other way until you hit that bolt again, and you mark that one. And then your top dead center will be in between those two marks. There is a way to figure that out.
Could do it that way. Yeah.
And that'll tell you where top dead center is for number one cylinder. You can also find out then whether or not the timing mark on the balancer has moved as compared to where, it says it is. Because obviously if it lands back at 0, if the timing mark is still at 0, well then it hasn't moved.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's just something that I was thinking about, because and it makes sense.
I mean, I don't know how much a top dead center tool it costs. It may not even cost that much to just buy one.
Well, and to be honest, I don't need a tool or anything. I've literally got an inspection camera, so I can see where it's top dead center.
Well, the tool would be a little bit more precise than a visual reference. Whereas that's actually a physical reference of where top dead center is, versus you using a camera is you just using your eyesight. Because I mean, at that point, you could take anything, drop it down into the cylinder, and watch it come up and down through the thing. Whereas the stop literally will stop the piston from coming up any further, which means you have a physical stop of where that mark is, and you can have the exact same mark on the other side of the rotation. Whereas using your eyeball, you can be off a degree or two.
Yeah, no, I guess that does make sense. Actually, could do it that way too.
Okay, so top dead center tool from Summit, $8.99.
Well, there you go. And then when you add shipping onto it, it's gonna be like $20 because Canada.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm sure you can find it from other places that are in Canada.
Oh yeah, like I could go to a bunch of different spots. It's no worries.
It's called a top dead center tool.
Yeah, I can find one. I literally go to not auto parts. There's a few shops. I can even go to Napa here in town. They could probably give me one within a day or two.
Yeah, exactly. They're not that expensive, and it's pretty simple to use. You just thread it down to where it's just hitting the cylinder. And again, you're not running the engine. You're doing it by hand.
I get it. I know. I'm not an idiot. I know that.
Let's see. Any good used ones around? Of course, they're old now.
Yes, and the problem is, because like I asked if somebody just happened to have like a newer one that's just on their shelf or something, and everybody just says, "Oh, just go buy one new. You can't guarantee used ones." Yeah, I was trying to see if anybody had one just on their shelf that they would sell. It was just new, and you could tell it's new, right? As soon as you look,
could just bend mechanic's wire to find top dead center if the wire stops moving up with the valve closed. Yeah, but again, the same thing. That's eyeballing. That's no different than using, a rod down in the spark plug hole, or using the camera as an eyeball measurement, versus using a top dead center tool is a dead definite. You're going to get the same spot at every time, and it's just a more accurate way of doing it. I mean, the only more accurate way of doing it than that is to use a dial caliber. I mean, a dial gauge. That'd be the machinist way to do it, but yeah, most people don't have the ability don't have one of those dial indicators. I'm fortunate enough to have one, only because I got a hold of a machinist toolbox at a yard sale. I don't know how accurate it is right now because I have nothing to measure it against. Because technically, to dial those in, you need a marble flat top along with a known reference point to be able to dial those in.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, because the reason why I think that is just like for the two reasons though that I mentioned, right? That I hear that squeal when I start up the car. It's not every single time, but especially as it's getting warmer, I'm hearing it a little more. Which usually it's when pulleys are colder.
So at that point, if you or anyone else is good at tuning by ear, I would tune that car by ear for now.
Yeah, and that's, to be honest, that's usually what I've done with it, and it's kind of interesting to try and figure out, because like the one thing is that I'd like to do,
or you can tune it by vacuum gauge too,
which I have done that. I don't have one, but my neighbor does. He was figuring out the vacuum issue, like when I actually had a vacuum leak with the car. I had no idea I had one, but I did. Because when I fixed the vacuum leaks, I still have one more.
Blue Point is much better than the Snap-on ones.
Yeah, Blue Point is way better. And that's one of those things. And because when we were tuning it, it only had like 6 sort of PSI or whatever you want to call it of vacuum. And it's just like, that's not right. This should be closer to like 15 or 18 at idle. It just should. It's stock cam. Should have loads of vacuum. So what's going on with that? And then found out, oh, one of the studs for the carburetor was a little loose, and that caused a vacuum leak. It's so.
Put a little bit of a ATV sealer on the bottom of the threads.
Yeah, and say I don't think he did that. I think he just jammed them back in there because he took.
I'm saying that's something you could do if you were still a consistent problem. But the same thing is like I said, you can tune that engine by taking the vacuum off of the distributor and tuning the distributor for a decent vacuum.
Yeah, see, because I could do it like that, and then also like something, because I'd like it if because I don't think he has a vacuum gauge. I'd have to ask if he does or not.
I've just done mine by ear.
Yeah, and I usually tune my car by ear for the most part. To be honest, I have done it with a timing gun, and but I don't think it's accurate because, I've had it over 18 degrees initial, and or at least that's what keyword says, but it doesn't mean it's true. And it's just one of those things. I've had it at 15, I've had it at 10. And it is one of those things that I want to, because I want to get the car to just be dialed in a little bit. Because, it feels really good right now. But it's still not perfect, because, again, the idle's still a little high. Like, where it's reading currently, and it would make sense of why even this is off. Because right now, my car is set to what we think, but it's probably not, at -2 degrees initial timing. Because trying to get the idle down, and we got it to 850 RPM idle, and we want it a little bit lower than that, because it is a manual, right? It would be nice to have it closer to 700 or so, at idle. But it'd be nice to know the exact timing, and that's why, because, I don't think that's accurate, If anything, that is probably closer to maybe, 5 or 6 degrees where it's at right now, or maybe even higher than that. So, that's something that we're gonna have to, we'll have to just do it manually and figure it out. Which, never even thought of that. We'll have to see, actually. Talk to, let's see, I have to text him to see if he has both the vacuum gauge and, because he has the nice timing gun where this timing gun will tell you what RPM the motor is at, which is awesome, because my tachom, so I know that for sure. And why does it lie to me? I don't know for sure.
I'm waiting for her pizza bites to be finished. The timer went off, but they weren't done yet.
All good. And apparently, I'm having issues on my end.
Brad, you are just losing every time I look. Oh no, he won 2,000 up there.
Oh yeah, no, Bradley's been losing most of the night. I've been noticing. I've won most of mine.
Curious.
We both rolled 16. That's lame. Back to back. Both rolled 16.
Rigged. It's rigged.
And Harvey spins and gets 97. Yeah, okay.
Got 40,000 off of his.
Yeah, you get as high as 50. If you roll exactly 100, you get 50,000.
7.78 million. No, 7.8 million. Harvey's got 5.3, Jesse's got 2.8, and you're at 2.7.
Yeah.
And then it drops off significantly.
Yeah. I'll catch up eventually. But yeah, so that's one of those things with the car that'd be nice to kind of figure that out and get it absolutely proper. Because even I could ask him of what if he had, because who knows? Actually, my buddy might have a top dead center tool. Buddy Lance, it's down the block. I could text him actually and ask him that. But also, even and he has a vacuum gauge because we've used it to tune the car. But honestly, it's just You know? And again, it's nothing major with that. Oh, that was almost a goal! Lucic! That was so close! Ah! Yeah, I'm watching the Flames game. They need to win this game. Especially since Winnipeg won. Because, like the Flames right now, their postseason's on the line. I think they need to win their last 3 games here to actually get into the postseason at this point. Or combination of like Winnipeg losing the rest of their games and Nashville too. So there's that. Whew, this is scary. I hate the Flames this year because of this crap. At least the Oil, if you want to follow an Alberta team, follow the Oilers. They just score a bunch, so it doesn't matter if their goalies are good or not. But no, and because I have the car, at least what feels like it's dialed in, but chances are it's not. So we'll just have to do that little trick and see. Mark's got it. Nice. To watch that later. And like especially for the Dino Day too, because we don't know what the timing's at, so that's something we're gonna have to figure out proper and just get this thing dialed in. And then if we have those marks on it, then we can actually tune it properly. So with that little bit of slippage, because it could be 5, could be 7 off. Who knows exactly? We don't know, right? And we'll know after this. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that where it says that right now on a timing gun that I'm at -2 degrees of timing, it's probably closer to like.
I think we had this inkling like last week or something, didn't we? We were talking about a slip to balancer.
I wasn't here last week.
And we talked about it at some point. By the way, I came back and just in time for an ad.
Boo!
I know, right? Insert ad. Okay. The noses. Pizza bites. Four times in 50 rolls. Yeah, you might just want to just stop gambling for tonight. Probably losing more than you're gaining.
With him, yeah.
Of course, always the first one. Gotta burn yourself. He won! Yay! I wonder if, Brad, I think you're going to be the only person on Stream Boss this year.
I mean, he might be. It's just, I don't know. Maybe you might get somebody in here that, donates $50.
Wants to donate to the channel?
Yeah. You never know. You might get that. Yeah, you still have a few months left in the year for that. Quite a few months. So.
Sure, it seems like the year's already over.
It's only April. Bruh.
I know, but these first 4 months have gone by so fucking quick.
Yeah, but it's not even summer yet. Like, there's still snow on the ground.
Up there. It was like 75 degrees here today.
Yeah, I mean, I drove with the top down, and it was like 16 degrees Celsius. So, let's see, what is that in Fahrenheit? Because I don't. 16 Celsius to Fahrenheit. There we go. That is, so it's 60 degrees with top down.
Oh yeah, that's definitely top down weather up here.
Yeah, I love it. Love it. Going down the highway with that. It's so nice. I just had a hoodie on, but that's it. And yes, I had my heat on too, because going down the highway, with the top down, I didn't need it in town, but on the highway I did. And it was just nice.
Yeah. Here it was.
Yeah, because, well, if I do it here, let's go. You said 75? That's 23. That's actually a really nice freaking day. That's beautiful.
Well, today is going to be 52.
Okay, so 52, that's going to be...
It won't let me go back. I hate that.
Might be like 12 or so. 12, 13. It's pretty warm. Or maybe even like 50.
Looks like a high about 56. Then Monday looks like a high of 62.
Yeah, no, you've got nicer weather than... Because, yeah, we're still not out of having snow yet, to be honest. Like, the cutoff for when it's really like, okay, you're absolutely safe to put your summer wheels on is like May long weekend. After that, you're almost guaranteed, okay, you're going to be fine after that.
Wait, works for me until my dad shoots it down. What are we shooting down?
I don't know what he's talking about. But yeah, because like with snow, because even it was last year, I drove my car with I had the big wheels on it. It was convertible. Now I don't put the big wheels on the convertible anymore. I put them on my other car. But besides the point, took it to a car show here in town. Lovely car. I love that car show. It's on Mother's Day. And what's really cool about this car show is it's not only a car show, it's a plane show as well. So people land their planes at the airport, and we check out planes and cars. It's pretty cool. And there's usually more planes than there are cars, actually. There's might be about 10 or 15 cars, and there's probably closer to 30 planes. So it's kind of neat. Like even one of the really cool pictures I have of my car, it's sitting in front of it's like a Cessna, actually. It's just a cool picture.
Yeah, I've seen that picture.
Probably have. I could find it real quick. It's gonna be on Instagram as well, but I'll go to my albums and find it. Stitch. Scroll down. There we go. That one right. That one right there. Just a very, very cool picture, and I love. It's like my favorite picture of the car, other than the one where it's going completely sideways around the dirt corner. That's the only one that's better than that. But of a static picture, it's just cool. Very cool. Yeah, there we go. Right there. Just try and get it zoomed in a little bit. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, you can see Stitch in front of the plane there, and it's just really awesome. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like the only other picture that's cooler than that one happens to be the one where it's completely going sideways around the dirt corner. And yeah, and who knows? Maybe I'll be able to recreate that picture this year, but with the car looking a little different. Maybe.
I just figured out what he meant by dad till his dad shoots it down. He's talking about the stream boss.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, because like the one thing is like for me to put summer tires on Stitch right now, I am waiting until the dyno day, which is May 13th, which I think I'm going to be safe at that point to put the summer tires in the car.
I don't know if I'm just that drunk after drinking one beer, but you're really fuzzy looking.
That's just because of I had the phone up. Sometimes it takes a minute.
I'm giggling.
Yeah, because sometimes, it does that. Because it just doesn't know what it wants to focus on now.
Yeah.
Which is dumb.
You've confused it.
Should be able to figure it out. Come on.
It worked. You're in focus now.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. See, that actually did work. Cool. Well, because I'm a little bit behind on my my stream, and just because if I try to put it to live, it just lags out a little bit. So, I'm like 5 seconds.
That's okay. I'm far enough back that I am 31, 32 minutes back. You were drinking something out of a glass.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm only about 5 seconds off, so it's not too bad. But that's why you might see me if I'm showing something, I hold it up for a lot longer, just so I can see it on screen there.
Just look at your Skype, not your,
Well, I should, but I don't have that open. I have you open on Skype, and I have the stream open so I can actually see the chat.
Okay, I have me as a little tiny picture up in the corner.
Yeah, well, you also have, like, dual monitors, stuff like that, so...
Or I can look at all over the place and see you.
Yeah, I have, I could technically have 3 of you on my screen if I wanted to, but... I have 2 of you on my screen, currently.
That's way too many of me on one screen at one time.
Yes.
She was very fuzzy.
Yeah, sorry, I dosed your drinks there, guys. Apologies.
Yeah, we gotta cut back on the what have we been live for? Like, well, it's midnight, right? 12:30. That's at least 3 hours.
Yeah. And actually, so something I don't know, cause so I actually do follow Craig Lieberman. He was actually the guy who helped procure cars and was an advisor to the some of the customization stuff that they did in the first, I think 3 Fast and Furious movies.
Mm-hmm.
And
he was the guy behind the Chargers.
Yeah. Also, like the Supra, that was his personal car.
Yeah, I think he liked the imports more. I think that's why a lot of those ended up in it.
Yeah. The imports, well, because that's more what the movie was
One of
about.
his personal cars was in it, wasn't
it? So the Maxima in Fast and Furious 1, the Supra in Fast and Furious 1, the Skyline in Too Fast, Too Furious. All his. So, now...
I knew a few of them were. He was also the one that was laughing about the fact that he was trying to give them pointers or whatever for what to say or do in the thing in the public. The people making the movie didn't listen to him. I watched a documentary, I think, on him.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of stuff where they kind of ignored him on a lot of the stuff, or even like there was this whole thing where, because he was actually, when they do race wars in the first movie, and the guy who's actually like directing the race, that's actually Craig Lieberman, and when he does that stupid thing where he goes like this, he hates that so much. They made him do that, and he's just like, that's not what they do. That looks so stupid. Like, he was laughing at that himself. And there was a lot of stuff, like, because I'm just trying to look up and Fast and Furious. Because they had a totally different view on what the cars were going to be for the Fast and Furious. And I can't find. I have to go through his channel and try.
I think they went with the right group of cars for the time period that the movie was released.
Yeah, I'd have to find the video of that and actually look into the video, because I can't find that actual thing. Because Brian's car was supposed to be like, he was supposed to start with like a 2-door Dodge Avenger, and then move to what the hell was it? It was like a PT Cruiser or something, which is like, no.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just no. Like, I like both those cars, but not many people do. And although it's kind of funny.
No, I can't stand a PT. I call them loser cruisers.
Yeah, I like the PT Cruiser. You know what? There's one I'd actually want. It's a unicorn. They're kind of hard to find. I would own one if I could find one, and I've found a couple here and there. I've just never had the money for them. So if I could find a PT Cruiser GT convertible 5-speed, it's actually quite a hard car to find. You'll find the automatics, and you'll find the non-GTs all the time. The GT itself is essentially an SRT4 Neon in a PT Cruiser, right?
Well, it was the same chassis, basically.
Well, yeah, they were. They're same chassis and same engine, though. That's what I'm getting at. And same engine, same transmission. The only difference is the PT Cruiser made about, I think it was 10 less horsepower, because the header had to be a lot more restricted. Okay, no, don't do that right now, you stupid frickin'. I hate that so much.
Is that 2007?
Uh, they made them for a few years, but they're hard to find though, because it's finding one with the stick. Because a lot of PT Cruisers in general are automatics, so and finding a GT is a little harder too. You'll find because actually they made turbo versions that weren't GTs, but they didn't have the 220 horsepower.
I can get you a picture of one.
Yeah, I've seen them before. There's actually one in town, but it's not for sale, and I don't have the money for it, so it's fine. Because I would own one. I do like them. The driving position's a little weird. I've been in one. But you know, it's just kind of a cool sort of sleeper that way because nobody expects a PT Cruiser to be fast. You know, especially a convertible.
Yeah, no.
Right, and those you could build it just like an SRT4 Neon. You can make it well over 300 horsepower, no problem.
Chrysler PT Cruiser GT convertible manual 5-speed.
Yeah, they're a harder find. I found a few of them every now and then, but it out of the ones I found, like I found maybe 2 or 3.
Available in 2006 and 2007.
Oh, it was only 2 years. Okay, I thought it was more than that. Well, there you go. Yeah, they're I just like them. I've always liked the look of them, you know, and
I guess the convertible isn't too bad looking, but I still don't like them.
Yeah, well, it's also a 2-door convertible too. It's on 4-door, so it helps. But I like even the regular 4-door too. You know, I like the look of them. It's just my sort of styling. Just like the HHR. I like the HHR. I
don't mind. Well, no. The SSR, I don't mind.
Well, yeah, that's the convertible truck that has a V8 in it. You know, like, the HHR.
But the HHR, which was basically based on the Chevy Cavalier.
Cobalt. Which was, you know.
Cavalier Cobalt. Is it?
Well,
for all intents and purposes, it's still the same platform.
It is, yeah. But the one thing is
the Cobalt, the Cavalier, the Cobalt, and the Cruise, all the same, basically the same car. They just changed the name for appeal.
Well, changed the name, changed the bodywork, and there was a bunch of differences.
They were searching for.
Basically, it's the similar underpinnings. They're not the same because I'll tell you right now. I know a few people that drive Cruises. Almost nothing interchanges with a Cavalier.
No. I mean, it was an update in styling, but if they wouldn't have changed the name, it still would have been the Cavalier.
Well, updated.
It's just it's like going from a second-gen Camaro to a third-gen Camaro. And if they would have changed the name from Camaro to something else, it'd have been the same thing like going from the Cavalier to the Cobalt to the Cruise. That is the slot that car was destined for. And if they wouldn't have changed the name, it would have been the new Cavalier.
Well, I guess, okay, when you explain it like that, yeah, that makes a little more sense. Because initially how you're explaining it, I'm just like, huh? But yeah, no, that makes sense.
It's just like the Neon going from the Neon to the frickin', the fuck did they change it to? The
Dart.
The Dart, yeah.
Which, you know what's funny? In Mexico, they were called the Neon.
It's just because it's a name change. They were looking to try to pull in a younger crowd and disassociate from the other day, from the previous, you know.
Yeah, which honestly, and all it did. Now it's kind of funny because I was never upset that they called that the Dart, because if you go back to what the Dart actually was, just because it kind of became this kind of cool car, or can be a cool car, for most of the Dart's life, it was not a cool car. It was just your general sort of sedan.
I just think that for what it is it came out with the Dart, the new Dart, in a time period with all of the retro styling from everything else, and I think people just wanted to see the retro styling from the Dart brought to today's age like they did with some of the other cars. And because they didn't, it was frustrating. I mean, that's just like when they came back with the Blazer.
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me with the Blazer, it has nothing to do that it doesn't have any retro styling. I don't give a crap about that. Is that it's base front-wheel drive. It's a Blazer. It should at least be rear-wheel drive base. At least. if not 4x4. That's my only gripe with that car.
That's just like everything that they're going to come out with electric and try to freaking revamp freaking old one. It's like, no, just let it die. Let the Camaro die. Let the Charger die. Let them die as V8 the V8 monsters that they came to be. Just come up with something new.
And actually, speaking of that, because that was unveiled in the past week, or I guess 2 weeks. The Challenger Demon 170.
Yeah, the Gremlin or whatever they were trying to. It was code named, I think, the Gremlin or something before it was released with the 170 after it.
Yeah, something like that. But what's really cool though about that is, you have this car that does 8s. Now, granted, that's with slicks and ethanol fuel, but still, it can
makes over 1,000 horsepower with ethanol. The problem with all of those, they did the same thing with the Camaro, the Alaska. To me, it's just depressing. Now, what the cool thing is that we talked about in one of the lives is the fact that they're also coming out with a Challenger like the old school muscle cars did, completely stripped down, bare bones, cheapest features possible, big V8, and no thrills.
Yeah, and that's awesome. Like, to be honest, I love that sort of
That's
stuff.
what they used to do. It's an affordable car you can take to the track.
Yeah, because
they should have done that like 10 years ago with the Challenger.
Yeah, see, and actually, because they're resurrecting the Super Bee name for that, that's what the Super Bee was on the Coronet when it first came out. That was their version of the Roadrunner, which the Roadrunner was basically a stripped down with a big block in it of a Belvedere. That's what it was, And then that is just the badass version of the Coronet. Now, what's interesting, you could have an RT as well with something that's kind of weird. So when they unveiled the Super Bee Coronet in 1968, you could not get the Super Bee, and actually no Super Bee ever has been released as a convertible. But the Roadrunner could be a convertible. For some reason with the Coronet name, that was reserved for the RT only, which is weird. I don't know why they did that, but they did. Because it's just, they were the contemporaries of each other, right? So.
Which was the car? I'm picking your brain now. I think it was the Brady Bunch. The mom drove a specific convertible version of something that was super, super rare. And I think.
Yeah, I think that was a Coronet convertible, actually. I need to look that up just to make sure. I believe it was. Pretty much.
But it was almost like it was only done for that show. Or that.
Oh, no, it was a 71 Cuda.
Yeah, convertible something.
Yeah, it was a 71 convertible Cuda.
Alright, hold on. Ad incoming. Brace yourself.
No!
Things I have to do to freaking. I just need to be able to do that when we have 20 people in here. Freaking.
Yeah, that's what it was. I forgot about that with the Cuda.
What?
Well, okay, so the Brady Bunch Cuda, it had a 71 grill in it with a 72 taillights. That's what was weird about it.
I know it was weird.
Yeah. Because, in 72, 72 taillights had, 4 individual taillights.
I think it had something to do with, to get the convertible, they had to do something weird.
I mean, they had Cuda convertibles, so I don't know what would have been weird about that.
I was watching, was it Graveyard Cars or something, and they were talking about that car, that it shouldn't have existed for that year.
Because I don't know, did they drop the convertible after 71? I don't think so. Maybe they
dropped the convertible at some point.
And maybe it was for that year. So, because it was a 71 with 72 taillights, and it happened to be a convertible 71. That's what it was. But it's just a little interesting that way. Ooh, frick, that was close. God, I love but hate watching overtime. It's so scary. But yeah, it's just kind of a cool thing that way. I had a customer car at the gas station I worked at that was a Coronet 440. Imagine my surprise when I checked the oil and found a slant 6. Yeah, 440 was the model number. Yeah, well, just like people don't realize that there was
What?
so on the Coronet they had for a few years like they had 440 as a model number on it, so like a trim model. But it didn't indicate what was under the hood. It was just,
Yeah.
just like there was a Corvette 500. Didn't mean there was a 500 cubic inch motor in it either. Um, there was also, I think, a Corvette. There may have been like a 330 or something like that. I can't remember for sure. But, and yeah, you could get.
Brady Bunch had a 1972 Barracuda convertible when Plymouth and Dodge ceased production of the convertible in 1971.
Oh, there you go.
So it was a 72 convertible.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Because I just looked it up really quick because, like, it has a 71 nose on it, but a 72 tail. So. Because, yeah, like, I didn't know about that, actually. And, like, a lot of the... I didn't really watch much of the Graveyard Cards stuff. Like, especially early on, their show was just... I did not like it. Because their show, it was just a lot of, like, immature crap, to be honest, that way. And, just them fighting all the time. I just did not like that.
Three, Sorry, I'm just scrolling through this forum.
Anyways. I mean, and that's the one thing with some of these, cars that way. Because even, I want to say actually the Brady Bunch wagon wasn't that a Coronet wagon, or maybe it was a Belvedere wagon? I can't remember. But they loved their Mopars on the show.
Mike from the Brady Bunch?
Yeah. Whatever their wagon was, I can't remember. Like, was it a Coronet or a Belvedere?
There are two known surviving Brady Bunch cars: the blue '69 Plymouth Fury 3 convertible.
Oh, damn it.
74 Caprice convertible. Plymouth station wagon.
Yeah, the wagon
was a mid-sized model, either the Coronet or the Belvedere. She wrecked it in one episode.
Oh, okay, so they used both. Okay, that's why I was thinking that. Oh, damn it. Come on, you really need to win this game, guys. Fuck.
All right. During the first 2 seasons of each Brady Bunch, motor vehicles were supplied by Chrysler Corporation, a blue 1969 Plymouth Fury 3 convertible, which Mike drove, and a light brown 69 Plymouth Satellite station wagon. For the 71-72 season, the Bradys attained new vehicles, once again supplied by Chrysler Corporation, a blue 1971 Plymouth Barracuda convertible, and a brown 71 Plymouth Satellite Region station wagon. The 1971 Barracuda was modified during the 71-72 season into a 72 model with the addition of that year's particular grille and taillight combination. Interestingly, the Chrysler Corporation never produced a 72 Barracuda convertible. Greg, who by this time had his license, sometimes drove Mike's convertible, although he briefly owned a 56 Chevrolet Bel Air convertible, a car which proved to be a lemon. The Bradys kept the 71 Plymouth station wagon through the rest of the series. Mike kept switching cars, by which the 72-73 season were supplied by General Motors. In 72 to 73, a blue 72 Chevy Impala convertible. In 73 to 74, a maroon 73 Caprice Classic convertible. starting the 1974 episode The Driver's Seat and continued through the remainder of the series. That's interesting. Never really watched the Brady Bunch that much.
Nor did I. I don't know if I've ever seen a single episode.
During a very Brady Christmas, it's a 1988 Chrysler LeBaron convertible.
God damn it.
The family station wagon, which a drunken Marcia attempts to drive, is a 1990 Buick Estate wagon. I don't know if any of that is interesting at all. I had a customer at the gas station I worked at that had a Coronet for. Oh, that's the slant sex thing.
Yeah. You know, and that's just, you know, one of the interesting things about, like, and I love the Coronet. Like, the Dodge Coronet, especially through 68 through 1970, is like my favorite all-time car.
No, I mean, that's like the Trans Ams from Smokey and the Bandit, the first one. They weren't 77 Trans Ams. Even though they look like 77 Trans Ams.
True.
They were 1976 Trans Ams.
Yeah, they just dressed up, which is kind of interesting.
Well, they swapped the noses on them.
Yeah.
If you look at the interiors, that interior was not offered in 1977. It was a 1976 only interior. Especially with the fact that the headliner is the perforated headliner. In 77, it would have been a smooth headliner.
And actually, now here's something that may eventually come to my channel if we can't find parts for this damn thing. So, something that's weird, and we can't quite figure out why. So, if you remember last summer, me and a friend picked up a 81 Mercury Capri. I had it on my channel for a little bit.
No, not the one. Is that not the one that you were driving around when your other car was in the shop?
No, that was an 82 Capri.
Okay.
That was a black one. And so this one, 81 Capri, inline 6 automatic, just like how mine started out as. But, you know, Capris are hatchback only. The thing is, it has a brake problem. Like, I had an issue with the brakes locking up on me. And trying to find some of the parts for this is not the easiest. For some
Mustang parts won't work on it?
Well, for some reason, because we're trying to figure this out, because I ordered some brake shoes or some brake pads off of somewhere. I can't remember where I ordered them from, and they happen to be wrong. But looking through his stash, he found some that fit mine. But he doesn't know what those were because he thinks that they're going to be the same ones that will fit his Capri, but he doesn't know where he got them. Doesn't know what they fit. Because
the part number on them anywhere?
No. No, there's not. And it's just one of those things of just figuring this out. Because if this doesn't happen, where if you can't figure out the whole brake situation on this car and fix the brakes, he might end up swapping, which I don't blame him if he did, swapping the inline 6 for a V8. He has all the parts to do that, so it's not, you know, the end of the world. It's just a lot of work. Because, you know, you do have to swap the entire K-member. You know, and depending on, at that point, if you're doing all that work, you know, like suspension, you can retain the suspension. You can upgrade the brakes, you know, do different spindles on it, stuff like that if you wanted to. You can go full 5-lug at that point if you wanted to, too, because he has all those parts. He could. He could also swap it to a stick. Because at that point, it's not that much more work. But it kind of snowballs at that point, right? It's like, you know.
Yeah, it's where do you stop? That is the perfect example. My TA. Where do you stop once you start going down where do you decide this is how far I'm going? I'm not going further.
Well, see, with that thing with him, because literally, now if he puts a V8 in the car, regardless, he has to swap that rear end. That rear end will grenade like not very long after he swaps in a V8. Period. Because that 6 3/4 rear end is not great. You know. If it had a 7.5,
it's like trying to ice skate with glass bones.
Yeah, basically. You know that's a good analogy. Because I had a six.
It might work, but not for long.
Well, I had a 6 3/4 in my car, and even like with some of the hard driving I did, whatever else, it was starting to go. Like it wasn't bad yet, but it was getting there, slowly but surely. Eventually, I would have did one burnout with the thing, and it would have just, grenaded itself at some point. So, now that this Nate 8, I'll never grenade that rear end. That rear end's freaking, I don't think I'll make enough power to grenade that rear end in that car, so it's fine. And that's one of those things. And now with the limited slip and everything, it's just fun. But I still, because that's the one thing I've been trying to figure this out, because it's just something I haven't done. So it's getting the footwork proper, because I haven't been able to figure out how to do a burnout with the stick yet. Working on that. It's just one of those things of getting the footwork just right to where, hey, you kind of launch it a bit, but then you can hold down the brake and try not to stall it. It's always the fun sort of balancing act with a stick. But that's something I'll eventually do, because I do want to just see how to even do one and just do one eventually. But, and then, because there's this guy, he's always asking me to do a burnout. Always. And I keep telling him, I can't afford the tires to do a proper burnout and film it. It's one thing just to do a small little burnout that you don't film because it's not a very good burnout,
Right.
But it's kind of like any burnout I'd do in Lilo. It's not worth filming because it's a one-wheeler pillar. So, yeah, because he keeps commenting on my stuff, but I keep telling him, if you want me to do this, you'll just have to send me the money for the tires. And I will do it. If you send me money to do something on my channel, I will actually use it for such thing. But he even said, he tried to tell me that, oh, well, tires at a junkyard wouldn't be that expensive. I go, dude, the closest junkyard is over an hour away, and have fun trying to find my size in a junkyard. You're just gonna be a little harder. And that, and even, okay, finding even just, wheels and tires that it's already on, right? Then, okay, cool. If it happens to be on 4x108, still fit my car, excellent. You can just bolt them on my car, no big deal. But good luck finding that in the junkyard. They're not common at all. It would at least cost me probably at least $100 when it's all said and done. At least. Because really, if I got them changed over at a shop, I would tell them, put it on, don't even balance it, because they're just going to be burnout tires. I don't care.
I had a set of those.
I mean, I might have a couple around here somewhere. I just can't remember, to be honest. Because actually, the tires that I burned off in my big burnout video, the only burnout video I have on my channel, those were actually not the tires I meant to burn off. I might have tires, but regardless, it's still, I still have to modify those wheels. Because the center hole isn't big enough, so I have to bore it out. Or just grab...
Just get a different set of wheels.
Again, it's the cost. It's...
Junkyard.
I get... What? Did you not just listen to what I just said?
I might have, but it might have went right back out the other window.
Finding 4x108s in a junkyard is not easy. There's only a few vehicles, mostly Fords, that had them. But yeah, if you happen to find a Focus that happens to be a 4-lug Focus, then yes, they will fit. But, there's not as many of those in the junkyard. And my closest junkyard is over an hour away. It piles up. I live in the middle of nowhere. People forget this.
That's the best place to find junkyards out here. You find the junkyards out in the middle of nowhere, and nobody cares that there's a giant pile of freaking cars freaking cluttered on the side of a hill.
Well, it's even... The one thing is, even just finding... Now, could I get wheels for free? Probably, to be honest. But it's, because steely 4x108s, nobody cares. But, and it's one of those things, it's just, right now, it's not something I'm really interested in doing. I don't really want to just, it's so funny because he claims that, oh, this will elevate your channel or whatever else, going, no, it's going to be for one freaking video, that'll get me some views, and that's it. It's not going to elevate anything. I've already done
content that is engaging that people want to follow is what's going to get you consistent views.
Which is what I mostly make. Like some of my stuff that, sadly, because I reviewed actually that was earlier this week. It was on Monday. I reviewed a 2014 Mustang GT. Fun car to drive. Has over 400 wheel horsepower. It's probably close to like 420 because when it got dynoed, it made 405 to the wheels, but it had clogged cats. Since then, those have been removed. So I don't know what it makes now. But I guess those cats probably reduced it by about 10, maybe 15 or so. So, give or take 410, 420 wheel horsepower, somewhere in that range. So it's a fast little thing, and I love that car. Now, I don't like the lowering springs that she put on it because they make it ride like ass, but, that's just like my buddy's.
But they look cool.
It does. It has a good stance, but, oh, God, it's super bumpy. It's not as bad as Cody's, though. Because he has the 2020, he put 1.5-inch lowering springs on it, and the thing just going down the Deerfoot, I was just bouncing like crazy. It's like I'm in a lowrider. like,
Those cars looked bright.
Oh, well, okay. To be fair, in that picture I posted on Instagram, I will say that photo does I doctored it a little. So they didn't quite look exactly like that. Because it's a really cool picture, actually. I put it up on Instagram, I put it on Facebook, and I may have put it on YouTube as well.
I have not been on social medias that much, so now I'm going to go look.
Yeah, it's a good picture. I didn't take it, actually. That was Cody that took that picture. But well, here, I can even show it. Because, yeah, like it's up on screen right now.
Oh, the three? I did see that one.
Yeah, well...
The green, the red, and the blue?
Yeah, then there's mine in the street. And you can tell that, I changed some of the color saturation, stuff like that in the photo. It was not like those colors as much. Or at least for, like, the pavement and stuff like that, yeah, it wasn't golden brown like that. It was a lot different. Now, the colors of the cars are actually quite close, to be honest. They're almost bang on. So, there's that. I love the colors, because, you have Grabber Blue. I think that's Competition Red, and I'm trying to remember what that green is called. And that green one, holy crap, is that thing loud as hell. I don't know what he...
Well, I like my cars.
I don't know what he did to that, but wow. Now it's
probably remove the resonators.
It's almost straight piped. I know that it has no resonators, has no cats, and it might have like a black.
The only thing keeping my truck from being as loud as it should be is the cats are still on it.
Yeah, it's god awful loud. It's obnoxiously loud. Because even when I did, there's a clip. So I did a little minute clip on my channel that I'm driving the car down the road, and I'm in the 2020, right? I'm just kind of showcasing that, and you can hear him. He didn't romp on the gas. He just lightly tapped on the gas, and you can hear it in the video as I'm probably 400 feet back from him. In a car that's from 2020, so it has all the sound deadening inside of it. That's amazing. The thing is loud. So apparently, the car show a couple years ago that I won that Best in Show for my 81 at. When that exact car, he did the exhaust sort of battle thing. For some reason, he didn't win. Because his car was so loud, it actually broke the measurement tool. It's over 130 decibels, apparently.
Insert commercial.
Boo!
Oh. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit longer and then I'm gonna go because I'm fading. But I still have half a beer to drink, so. Yeah, my truck is as loud as I want it to be with mufflers on it. And it's about as loud as my other cars are with mufflers on it now, and it's got nothing but the cats.
Yeah,
the exhaust ends right after the cats.
Oh yeah, see on those, because you happen to have you have a 360, but I know what they sound like if you hollow out the cats and you have just a muffler on it. Oh my god, they sound good. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's decently loud. It's not.
It sounds good now. It's just like I said, I just need to have an exhaust on it. I don't need the cats. I don't need the cats for where I live.
Yeah, oh yeah. I would just cut those out and sell them. You know.
No, because I need to have them there because I need the O2 sensor bungs.
Well, you could.
So I'm going to hollow them out. I'm going to put
Well,
a
actually, where?
half-inch spacer on the back O2 sensor bung. And then I'm going to rethread in the O2 sensor. And that should trick the computer into thinking that the catalytic converters are still there and operating, functioning. Because it pulls the O2 sensor just out of the stream enough that it's still catching some of the gases going by, but it's catching less than before the catalytic, which makes it think that the catalytic converter is working.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that they had O2 sensors behind the cats. I didn't realize that.
Mm-hmm. Before and after, upstream and downstream, so that way they can. If you throw a downstream one code, then it's supposed to be to say that the catalytic converter is clogged or not working properly.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I didn't know that. Because I don't. I had never been underneath my brother's Dakota, so because the Dakota had the same engine, just like my dad's. Actually, okay, that's a lie. I had been under
Dakota with a 360.
318, but
That's a little different.
not much. Not much.
It's a decent horsepower difference.
Yeah, but the weight difference and the fact that he had a stick.
Well, yeah, it's not gonna. It's his 318 in his truck would be like the 360 in my truck. But can you imagine if that little Dakota had the 360 in it?
Which they did make a 360 in a Dakota. It's called the Dakota RT. And the Dakota RT, the only problem is they were mostly loaded, and so they were a little heavier, and they were automatic only. For some reason, I don't know why they didn't put the stick in those. And the automatics, when you've used it like a race truck, because that's a Dakota RT, that's what it was designed for, wasn't designed to tow anymore. Yeah, they kind of grenaded those trannies. So,
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. You know, and it's dumb. Like, I don't understand why Dodge did that. They should have put the manual in those. The NV 3500 or even the NV 4500 would have been just fine in those.
Though most likely it wasn't the fault of the transmission. It was probably that with people beating the snot out of them, they were also not adjusting the transmission as they were beating the snot out of it, to the point to where the bands were so loose that they just wiped themselves out.
Oh, yeah, that could be the thing too. Because I mean, it's the exact same transmission.
That's the biggest thing that goes wrong. If it's not the OEM solenoids going bad, which they did go bad, and that's why everybody replaces them with Borg Warner ones. Then the second leading cause, the two leading causes for those transmissions to fail: bad band adjustments, or the check ball valve in the coolant lines, starving the transmission fluid, starving the transmission of fluid, causing the inner shaft to lock up.
Yeah, well, and
infusing itself to the outer shell.
Yeah, because that's the one thing. Like, I'm pretty sure that. Now, I'm not sure if 4x4s actually used different transmissions or not, but no, okay, they were
same transmission. It's different. Some different parts, but the main chunk of the transmission is the same.
Yeah, and actually,
the tail shaft is different.
Yeah,
but like
I wasn't sure if like the internals of it were the same.
No, they're all basically the same.
Yeah, and
there's some slight differences between like the 46RE, the 46RH. Even though the main chassis are still the same, there are some internal workings that are different. There's a 40 something or other that's the same thing as the 46RE and 46RH, but it has some kind of transfer tube between the back half and the front half of the transmission, but they got rid of that in my transmission. It's incorporated into the valve body now. There's some different things that they did, but for the main part, they're generally the same.
And Bradley, so the NV transmissions in general, the 3500, the 4500, and I believe the 5600 were all five. Actually, 5600 might be a 6-speed, but they were 5 speeds. And the automatics were 4 speeds. And the only
mine's a 4-speed. It's a 3-speed with an overdrive.
Yeah. Now the only exception to any your 5600 is a 6-speed, yeah, and the 5600 was in the diesels as well. But the thing is, the only exception to Dodges of that period having a 4 or 5-speed manual is actually the Mexican Dodge Ramcharger. I don't know what transmission it actually is, and I can't find the information. I've looked for it. So the Mexican Ramcharger, which basically you take a single cab short box, 2nd gen Ram, you put a Caravan ass end on it, and you make it a hatchback 2-door. That is the Ramcharger. They were rear-wheel drive only, and they came either with a 4-speed automatic, which would have been the automatic that's like in your truck, or similar anyways, or a 4-speed manual, which I don't know what that manual is. It's not a 5-speed. It's a 4-speed. So, and Bradley, the NV 3500, 4500, they're the same from Ford, Dodge, and Chevrolet. The only differences is shifter placement. The input shafts are different, and as well, the Chevys have, from the factory anyways, all of their synchros were plastic. The Dodges only had plastic for the reverse gear. That's why you hear a lot of them that don't have reverse anymore. And the Fords, I believe, used all metal. And the Ford didn't use the new Venture trannies for very long. They didn't. Chevrolet and Dodge used them the longest, but
yeah. I contemplated getting like a what is it, a Tremec, or the ones that were in the late 90s, early 2000 Trans Ams for the 5-speed.
That's the T56. There we go.
Yeah. I contemplated on picking up one of those, basically just do a whole swap at this point. But for the Nova at one point.
I mean, that would have been worth it. 100%.
Huh?
That would have been worth it. You know, going from...
And then I was going to stick a Gearbender's overdrive behind it.
So have a 6-speed with an extra overdrive. Even though...
No, it's like having a 12-speed. You have first overdrive,
right.
second overdrive.
I forgot that they work... The Gearbender's works just like the...
It's an overdrive after the transmission.
Yeah, well, because actually, C4 Corvettes that had the 4-speed, if they had the overdrive option, they could do that. So their 4-speed actually became a 7-speed. So, you know, first, you could not do overdrive in first, but you could do it in second, third, fourth, that way, right? So it adds up to 7 gears that way. It's pretty cool, actually. And there's people that don't realize that, but yeah.
I don't know. I was thinking about doing it in the TA as well, but the TA is just, I want it to be just a cruiser. I haven't figured out what I wanted to do, but if I go with the modern engine in the Nova, I'm probably just going to stick with whatever transmission comes with that engine.
Fair enough. And actually, so Bradley, either that is incorrect information, because if it was in an 80s truck, I don't believe the NV3500 was out in the 80s yet. I think it was 90s. So that's one of those things that may have been... Oh, what was the 4-speed that those things had?
But in an 80 bodies truck, at that point, they probably could have swapped something from the 90s into it.
That's true, too. Yeah, and actually, he just said SM465. That's the one I was thinking of. I just couldn't remember the name of it. Yeah. That predated the whole NV, which was New Venture, which because it was actually Ford, Chevrolet, and Dodge all invested into this transmission. Well, there's something weird about that because they never made an NV 4500 with a 4-speed. They were 5 speeds. New Ventures were always a 5 or a 6-speed. So I don't know what that was then.
Well, let's see if I can find something.
Because that was the whole point of it. Because everybody made a 4-speed at that point, but not many made a 5-speed. So they wanted to kind of branch off to make a transmission that would fit in all of their trucks. And because it was the whole thing is because the reason why they call it New Venture is because like Ford, Chevrolet, and Dodge all invested in this transmission. It was supposed to be interchangeable between their vehicles. It's just
LS swap Chevy square body,
like input
1980
shafts,
K10 NV 4500.
bell housings were different, and that was about it. But you could swap it in between them, to be honest.
It seems like that is a very popular fucking swap, though.
It is. It's a very easy swap.
Yeah, NV 4500 was first released in GM and Chevy trucks from 1992.
Yeah, there you go. And they were 5-speed only. So that was.
Well, it could be a 1990. What does the 1992 truck still look like? The 80s trucks?
No. Oh, well, actually,
No.
okay. Technically, yes. They kind of. Because the OBS came out in '88, right? And it went till 1997. 96 or 97? I think it was 97. The thing was 98 when the new Silverado came out.
I mean, so yeah, it's not the square body truck.
No, square body ended in '87.
Right. So I mean, technically, it could look like a late '80s truck, and still have the NV 4500.
You guys are probably thinking, think bigger. Well, because the one thing is, the NV 4500 was only under, I think it was 1-ton trucks, or potentially 3/4 ton as well. The half-ton trucks.
Yeah, because I would assume the 4500 would have been the smaller of the transmissions.
No, the 3500 was.
The 3500, okay.
Yeah, the NV 3500 was the small one. That was just your half-ton trucks that had those. Then the 4500. It's possible you may have been able to order it a half-ton with the 4500. I'm not sure about that. But that's true too. I forgot about that. That the Suburban and 1-tons actually went later than '88 with the square body. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, because that's the Blazer style that I like, and that continued all the way into the '90s.
Yeah, it went till I think it was '92 was the final year. Like he says '91, but I think it was '92. Was the final year for that.
Well, let's see. Last year for K5 Blazer.
Well, you don't have to do that. Just type in because it wasn't the K5 Blazer. The Blazer had changed at that point. Pretty sure.
No, the big Blazer is still considered the K5, and that ran into the '90s.
I guess it. Oh yeah, no, that's right. But anything that might have, actually, and those I don't.
1994 for the K5 Blazer.
Oh, there you go, '94, and.
You want me to know the big body Suburban?
Yeah, the Suburban. Because maybe it was the same year too. Because it's possible it came in that with a big block in it.
Ended the K5 Blazer from 1969 to the mid-1990s. The SUV made. I want to get rid of the Blazer. I don't remember what the big Suburban was called.
Just put square body Suburban.
I need something searchable by Google.
Well, if I do that, it'll probably. There you go. What year was last square body Suburban? Right there. 91 for that.
So they ended the Suburban in 91, but the K5 Blazer ran all the way to 94.
That's interesting.
Even though they basically shared 90% of the same parts. Maybe it was the frame that the Suburban used ended.
4500. Yeah, because even when you look this up, literally, I just typed in NV4500. Even typing 4-speed, everything says 5-speed. That's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that Toyota also used the NV4500 as well as Jeep. Interesting. Had no idea. So there you go. So Toyota, I guess, invested in that transmission too. I thought it was just the big three. Which, that would have been probably in their first-gen Tundra, come to think of it. But, yeah, and the NV4500, it's a really good transmission, and it's quite thick. Like, the 5600 was the one that was in the diesels. You know, like your Cummins and your Duramaxes, but... Yeah, it's true, actually. Just the full-size Blazer never got the independent front suspension that everything else got. Which, yeah,
Yeah, no, it had a
straight axle,
solid front axle.
Yeah, and
which made it great anyway, because
better off-roader.
Yeah, and that's what it was mainly for anyway. All right, so yeah, that's the RV series, 87 to 91. Redesignated the rounded line C and K series as the R&V series to accommodate the launch of the 88 GMT 400 platform. C and K trucks, which were being launched in the spring of 87. For 87 and gasoline engines, the model converted the carbureted fuel delivery to... So yeah, it looks like 91 was the last year for like the 2500 Suburban. And then they went to which I don't hate the 8th generations either, the 92. They're still good looking. And that's when they had the barn doors instead of the hatch.
So what Bradley said, the internals of the trans could have been swapped to the 4-speed with the NV4500 case. I know people have done that too, but it was an 80s body style Chevy rolled back with the NV4500 tag on the trans. So, I mean, yeah, if it's modified to be a 4-speed, then okay, I suppose. I don't know why you'd do that. It makes no sense, but... Like, yes, it is a heavy-duty case and it's big.
Is weaker.
So...
Maybe the overdrive is generally the weak gear, and if they're just eliminating it.
Yeah, which, it's so dumb. It's the weak gear. Yeah, because you're not supposed to pull with it, you dumbass. Like, overdrive is strictly for just cruising on the highway with no load behind you. If you have a load behind you, you don't use overdrive. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that, or should.
We're another 20 minutes. I think... I don't know. We're still having a decent decent construction. Yep. Come on, brain.
Yeah, that's interesting because I've never even heard of somebody running, doing a 4-speed in that case. Because now I have heard of like people with like 904s and especially not 904, 727s. There's actually enough space in there to add another gear, which some people will do as an overdrive in a 727. Which, the one thing is, the early overdrives were essentially that in trucks.
Wow, I didn't realize that. There really isn't that many left-hand drive countries in the world.
No, actually, it's...
Or, I mean, a right-hand drive.
Like, yeah, right-hand drive, I mean, there's some
isolated... You got Australia, you got, like, that whole area south of China. So all the islands around Australia. You got India, the southern part of Africa, Japan, the UK, and a very small portion of South America. The rest of it is all like the U.S.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's that's one of the things. And now something that's interesting that you might not know. Actually, you wouldn't know this. So in Canada, it was not regulated whether we drove on the left or the right side of the road.
Oh, that's great. So you just end up freaking head-on collisions and shit.
Well, it wasn't until I'd need to look up the year, but it was basically adopted at this point of where, because we mostly drove on the right-hand side of the road because the UK did, and we were still very much a part of the UK at that point. A lot less now. We're still kind of, but not really. You know.
Well, we're on the right side of the road.
Well, I meant, sorry.
Left.
Yeah, left side of it. That's what I meant. So it wasn't until the World's Fair happened in Vancouver in early 1900s. This was probably like 1910 or something. I can't remember the exact year. But where we changed to driving on the other side of the road because of the.
Well, at that point, wouldn't you been? Do you drive a horse and buggy, or do you?
Well, no, there were still automobiles.
Automobiles were not really that popular in the 1910.
Yeah, let's see. When was the World's Fair? World's Fair, Vancouver. Not 86. I want. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. There's another one. Unless maybe it wasn't Vancouver. Not the 86.
Still part of the Commonwealth.
I wanted to see the World's Fair for the first one that was in BC.
What are we talking about? Still not the Commonwealth? Still part of the Commonwealth?
Oh, that's when I talked about, Canada, with the whole thing with
okay. I got you.
UK.
Sorry, brain is having issues.
I can tell. But anyway, so yeah, it was around that time, and it was early enough to where there wasn't that many cars on the road that they could do it without a problem. If they did it later, then we would have stayed.
Not to mention at the speed that the cars were going back down, you know that there was somebody in your freaking lane like freaking 20 minutes before you ever even got up to them.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's one of those things.
The people walking next to the cars were going to pass the cars before the cars got there.
But like I said, it's because of this World's Fair that happened.
The World Fair.
And it was because of the Americans that were coming up. They didn't want them to get confused. So it's kind of interesting, actually, of the Americans are the only reason why we drive on the right-hand side of the road.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, we would have had cooler...
It means it's easier to enjoy all of our awesome American vehicles.
We would have had cooler cars in a way, though. Because we probably would have been closer to, like, the Australian cars. And, British cars. If we followed that road. Instead of going left-hand drive. So, in a way, we could have had some cooler cars. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the American muscle cars, of course. But Aussie muscle cars, and even some of the old British cars, are a little cooler in a way.
So what would Stitch be if it was an Aussie car?
It'd probably be a Falcon, more than likely. Let's look up 1981 Falcon. I don't even know what it looks like.
Confusing Americans since 1976.
Oh.
See, the thing is you guys think it's confusing for us Americans, but it's not. At least not for me. I use both the metric and the whatever the fuck we call the inch system. I've used both for so freaking long I can almost interchange them. It's just another whatever. I mean, depending on what I'm doing it, sometimes, the American measurement system works easier. Other times, no, the metric works better. But it just depends on what it is.
Yeah, and Bradley,
Standard,
that is
imperial, whatever.
Yeah, Bradley, that's a misnomer. The standard system doesn't actually exist. It's the imperial system. Although, I will say the American system...
It's standard in America.
Yeah, well, the imperial system in America is bastardized, because it's not the same. They changed some things.
That's why we call it the standard system.
Yeah, it's not, though. Because, like, interestingly, because if you look at, so a U.S. gallon and an imperial gallon are two different things.
Well, that's why it's not imperial.
Lots of things are bought in grams, to be honest. Not just drugs. But yes. And
there's a lot. The funny thing is, okay, so there's a lot of things that is out in the world, but the funny thing is, there's a lot of stuff that still uses the imperial or standard system, even though they're metric.
Yeah, well, the interesting part is, because yes, we did switch in 1976 to the metric system, but we still use the imperial system a lot.
Yeah, SAE, that's what we use.
Yeah, and because SAE shouldn't exist. It should just be imperial. But you guys wanted to be weird, and change stuff. Like, why? I don't know why you guys thought that. Like one of the big differences is because what is the difference between a U.S. and an imperial? U.S.
Oh, what is the history between the difference?
Well, I'm just looking. U.S. gallon versus imperial. There we go. Imperial gallon. What is the difference? So the imperial gallon is 20% larger than the U.S. gallon. So that's why.
The more important questions is why. The American had adopted a system where a gallon was comprised of 231 cubic inches of water. As a result, the U.S. gallon is 83% of the imperial gallon. Put it another way, the imperial gallon is about 1/5 or 20% greater in volume than the American, but that doesn't tell me why. We all possess points of cultural pride. The UK has castles, afternoon tea, and Jeremy Kyle show. The US has had the Grand Canyon, the Empire State Building, and milk chugging. So while Brits struggled to keep their food down as they watched toothless families brawling over secret affairs of stolen mopeds, Yanks struggled to keep from vomiting over downing a gallon of milk in 60 minutes. But why might an American chugger have an advantage? That's stupid. If a milk chug challenge is kept to a gallon, you're not giving me the information I want.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at this guy who is selling a set of BF Goodrich Radial TA tires. Good tires. They're 235, 60, 15. They would actually fit my 10 holes if I wanted those.
Okay, so way back at the time we all lived together, we used the Queen Anne's gallon of 3.785 liters to measure wine. We also had different volumes and names to measure both beer and grain. When we realized that this way was silly, in 1824 the UK chose a single imperial term and lumped together all three measurements, picking a roughly average volume and calling it a gallon. American colonists, though, stuck to the traditional and kept just the Queen Anne's volume for their gallon definition. So it was the imperial system that decided to change shit up, not the fucking Americans.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that.
So the Americans kept a traditional volume of a gallon, and UK chose to go with a different measurement.
Well, see, and that's why, like, when I calculate miles per gallon of my car, it's in imperial gallons versus US gallons. So
yeah, but the imperial gallon is the bastardized version of a gallon.
Apparently, but that's what we used prior to going.
There's nothing. The thing is at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which one is which. It's whatever you use, as long as there is a conversion or a general consensus that is what it is. Then it doesn't matter. It's back when a foot used to be the size of whoever's foot was doing the walking, that shit was confusing.
Yeah, that was...
Because your foot is not the same foot as Joe Schmo that's 6 foot down the lane. Well, actually, No, you're not that short. I don't think. How tall are you?
I've mentioned it many times. I'm 5'10".
Five. Yeah, so you're like my height. So yeah, you're not that short.
No, I've never.
That would be difference between.
I
That'd be the difference between. Um. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on whatever.
like
Um.
I've never said I was short. People think I am for some reason. I don't get why.
I never said you were short.
No.
I just.
I never said you. I said people in general. Because
Yeah.
I have people when they meet me, they're just like, I never pictured you that tall. I'm going,
I have seen pictures of you, well, being more girly than what you are normally, and yeah, you don't look short.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at some of my modeling pictures, where I'm wearing heels and I'm over 6 foot in heels. And that's one of those things. And there's pictures of me standing.
Well, Bradley, I'm 1 inch shorter than her.
Now, hopefully, I mean, it is kind of funny every now and then where, because actually with my with my bestie, she is only 5'2", so it's really funny when I meet up with her and I'm in heels and she's not, because and there was a while actually where we would always go around and everybody thought me and her were dating because that's how we acted in public. We were always slapping each other's ass and stuff like that because it's just we were having fun as best friends do. And though the one thing is, there was one day I was wearing heels, she wasn't. I kept going to slap her ass and I missed and hit her back every time because I was too high up, she was too low down.
The most expensive liquid in the world is scorpion venom.
You've fallen down a rabbit hole if you're finding that.
Yeah, well, it's in that same article, the gallon thingy.
Oh.
It is scorpion venom is worth $38 million. $38,858,507 per U.S. gallon.
Wow, that's expensive. Now, actually, something, because I don't know if you follow Donut Media at all on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't actively follow, but there are stuff that pops up on my YouTube that catches my eye and I watch every once in a while.
Well, okay, so there was something that they did about a week ago or so. They were down in Brazil, and they were talking about, so Shell has a facility down there where they make synthetic gasoline. And what's interesting about this gasoline, now it's very, very expensive because it's still a little bit of its infancy, where in American dollars, it's like $40 per gallon. So, it's not quite...
Is it made out of soybeans?
I can't remember what it's made of. It's some sort of grain, though.
The soybean is like the most, like, there was something else that I was watching about, because there's soybeans are made into all kinds of freaking stuff, from plastic to all, and it's literally killing the agricultural industry. It is almost worse than burning gasoline.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of that stuff, and but that's the interesting part though about this, because they've been making synthetic gasoline for a long time, to be honest, but never really on a big scale like they are in Brazil. And they have, that's where they started, and they're gonna start to try and branch it out a little bit, because if they can, do this and prove that, hey, look, it's actually cleaner, which it is, actually it burns cleaner, than regular gasoline, which is kind of interesting.
Maybe they won't kill off the gasoline engines?
Yeah.
By the time they figure this all out, there won't be any more gasoline engines anymore, and it'll be all for naught.
Yeah, Shell works very quickly, though. That's the one beauty about Shell. They spend so much money on
this. Yeah, they like to pollute a whole ass freaking body of water very quickly.
At least it's not as bad as
what was it? It was that other one.
It was a British company.
Yeah.
BP.
It was only a couple years ago.
It was more than a couple years ago.
I'm old.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago.
A couple of years ago is not as the same as a couple of years ago as younger people's.
Well, I mean, because the one thing is,
couple of years ago, freaking.
It was British Petroleum. They've done it twice actually, because there was the Exxon Valdez, which was the massive one in the Gulf of Mexico, if I remember correctly, and there was one other one that they did too. It's always BP though that does that for some reason.
They have it against ducks.
That's it. Yeah, they hate ducks. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, ducks.
Maybe they have it. Maybe they have a stock in fucking soap.
Oh, Dove.
No, it's not Dove. It's I have some. It's out in my freaking kitchen right now. Come on. What's the company that saves the ducks?
I thought it was Dove.
No, it's not Dove. It's a kitchen soap.
Yeah, which Dove does make kitchen soap too.
Grr. Now I'm gonna have to go out to the kitchen to go look at what soap it is.
Hang on. Soap with...
Soap that saves ducks.
I'm just gonna type in soap with ducks. No, not that. I pressed the key right next to D, so it's F.
Dawn. That's it. It's Dawn.
Dawn. Okay, sorry. I closed the Dove. Yeah.
We're having it just
Well, and it's funny because when I typed that in on my phone, I typed it in wrong. Because instead of typing, I tried to type in soap with ducks, but instead I went soap with fucks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a male anatomy.
No. I just accidentally, because D and F are right beside each other on the keyboard, so I accidentally clicked.
Sure, likely excuse. Hold on, let me pop my keys off and show you that they're not.
They are. Yeah, screw you. Yeah, there. I've got my keyboard right here. If I can. There we go. See, I've got my nice RGB keyboard.
I can't pull my key off.
Yeah, no, don't pull your keys off. I've got the answer right there in front of the thing right now.
Ah! I'm breaking shit. Oh, mine's doing the.
Oh yeah.
I've got the Night Rider swoosh. Oh, you want to know something cool?
I've got the full.
So I was dicking around with the IQ software for this, and because I wanted to set my macro keys for my G1 through 6 keys, and I also found out that I can activate it with, so like as soon as I log into a program, it can automatically change the settings for the keyboard. So as soon as I open up like DaVinci Resolve, it automatically switches the settings on the keyboard. But I also have it so it sits, it switches the lighting layout on the keyboard too, so I know what mode it's in.
Oh.
So as soon as I open up DaVinci Resolve, my whole keyboard turns purple.
Oh yeah, see, I can do that with mine too. I just don't, because I like it like this. Although, something that's cool, because if I decide, hey, I'm going to do some gaming with this keyboard, is apparently it can react to stuff happening in the game, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, mine has that too.
Yeah.
But I did it so that way I could change my my macro keys that I have. I have 6 macro keys on the side of the keyboard, which is part of why I bought this keyboard. It's only been 4 years since I started using it, for that reason. So that way when I edit my my videos and stuff, like I have my G1 sets to trim everything from this mark to the beginning of the clip. G2 is the mark to the end of the clip. G3 is just my regular cut. And then G4 is what they call ripple delete, which moves everything from, if I delete a section, it'll just pull everything back together instead of just leaving it empty space. So it makes it faster for me to edit my videos instead of having to hit like Control R or Control whatever or Control Alt this. I can just hit one key and it'll do it.
Yeah, fair enough. Because I was gonna say, like with like that's one of the cool things, like with the keyboard and the mouse, because like I can change obviously the color and even like the pattern. Because the cool part about the mouse, I was just playing around with the software on here because I installed the software finally.
What software is yours running on?
So it's SteelSeries GG. It's their own sort of thing.
Mine runs on IQ.
Because if I do not
Well, actually, I can show you what color mine changed because I have the buttons set. So yeah, it's So yeah, that's the one for my DaVinci Resolve. So if I'm in DaVinci Resolve, it's that one.
Oh, okay.
And then this is just standard.
That's romantic.
Breathing. Maybe. Yeah. See, this one just breathes.
I'll say if I wanted to, I could make my mouse do this.
Yeah, my mouse I can change, but the mouse is harder because the mouse isn't connected to any of the other. It's only controlled internally in the mouse. None of my other things can, either the IQ or the MSI software will control the mouse. So the mouse I have to cycle through the different modes.
Right, well, see, I can control that all from just the thing, and this is even breathe. It's just one single color, that does that, and there's a bunch of stuff too. Like I do kind of dig the the whole disco mode where it just does all the colors and just it's like a rave.
No, I mean mine does that too. I mean right now mine's just cycling through the colors.
I don't think it was cycling through all the colors. This way it does. So it's just kind of cool. Where I have
yours also has a light in the center back where mine only has the stripes down the side.
Oh.
And then in the mouse wheel. Mine doesn't have an LED in the middle of it. I mean, you get some bleed through from the side strips, but there's no light. And I kind of like the light not being underneath the palm of my hand anyway.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, and this one, it has a little bit that comes through. Because actually, the lights, technically, they actually shine down. But it's because there's no cover on here. It's all just open, right?
Yeah. See, mine don't shine. Mine are just... It's just on the sides.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you have a similar...
the underside... The underside really doesn't...
Yes, I mean, I
have anything.
I wonder because yours is not the same mouse as mine, even though it looks almost identical.
No. Yeah,
but
they're not the same. Yours also has yours cross hatched whereas mine's octagonal, I think, or hexagonal.
Oh, you mean the openings?
Yeah, if you turn your lights off so that it's not blinding the freaking camera. Yeah. You'll see like mine are hexes.
Oh yeah, mine are mine are diamonds.
Right. So yeah, this is a different mouse. It's just similarly built.
There you go. If I turn off, yeah, see, you can see it there.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of yours on the computer when I looked it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, and there's so many different things they have in here.
Yeah. See, I don't have any software for this mouse because what is it, Glorious? Yeah, Glorious is its own company. And so it's not integrated into any of the other, whereas your Steel series is that's a whole peripheral company. They have keyboards, mice, and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, well, even
I mean, Glorious does too. They have their own keyboard and their own set of mice.
Yeah,
but it's not part of a bigger company like yours is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Steel Series is independent or if they're part of somebody else.
They're a subcategory of another bigger company, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know because I mean, I'm using a 9X Pro headset from Steel Series. I'm using the Arrow mouse and whatever the keyboard is. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah,
the Apex.
Let me see if I can see who made.
To be honest. Oh, no, I did not mean to get rid of that.
Company.
No, I did not mean to open that. God damn it. There we go. Good now. Good. Skeed. Wait, have I? Hang on. It's gotta be closed. Come on, Saber. Hi, Ben. Oh, I am so close to surpassing Jesse. So close.
Danish manufacturer of gaming peripherals and accessories.
Oh, they're Danish? For some reason, I thought they were British.
Yeah. Is acquired by GN Store Nord in 2021.
Oh, there you go. So they were independent, but no longer.
Right. Was funny? Oh, it's just been passed on for everybody. 2019 acquired by Axial, a Nordic private entity equity firm, and
Good night, Harvey.
Yeah, it looks like they've had issues. 2012 Series reveals received investments of undisclosed amounts from U.S.-based private equity firm. Popular products include Rivals. In 2020, Steel Series acquired Nemec Audio, which is I use Nemec Audio. In 2020, SteelSeries also acquired gaming accessory manufacturing Control Freak, which is probably where they got some. They probably acquired them for.
Yes!
Yeah.
Thank you, Bradley.
And then in 2021, GN Nordstord announced plans to acquire SteelSeries from Axial for $8 billion. About 1.25 billion in US dollars. Yeah.
Ah, that's awesome. So, as you've been doing that, because you don't multitask.
Your team just won or just scored?
No, the game ended a while ago. It's the one thing is because in the chat, so Bradley gave me 30,000 points so that I surpassed Jesse.
Oh.
Because I was just barely underneath of him, and now I'm ahead of him. So now I'm in third.
Apparently, if I don't sleep until noon, I can't be up late. It's been fun. Good night. It's like fucking 2:00 in the morning here at least.
Yeah. See, well, he's in Alberta here, so it's not even midnight yet.
Right. And I've been up since 9.
Hey, don't eat me, Saber.
But all right, I think it's time that we chill anyway. So why don't we call it a night and say our good nights, and we'll catch each other next week.
Sounds good. Stop attacking me, Saber.
All right, guys. Thanks for the good live. We'll catch you next week. Check out Kat's channel if you don't already, which everybody in here probably does. And I will have a video released hopefully sometime this week.
And I should have like maybe 3 this week, so we'll see.
Oh, well, la-ti-da.
Hey, I've got to upload one.
Takes me a little bit more.
And I'm going to film one tomorrow. And I might film some more this week. So.
Yeah, well, mine take like a week to edit, so.
And
sheesh.
It might take like 20 minutes to edit.
Yeah, well, I'm right now trying to cut like 6 hours of footage down into like a half hour.
See, now you should like make that 6 hours and branch it into like 3 videos.
No, because nobody's going to sit there and watch it because it's boring. It's me clipping out parts and then spray painting them, and you know, you got to cut all the boring shit out.
Yeah, I understand.
Otherwise,
actually, with your content with that, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, no, I have a shit ton. Like right now, I have clipped out. I have started clipping out to where the only parts that I'm keeping is the actual clipping out of the part, not all of the looking at what the next part is that I need to clip out and whatever. It's literally just the snip, snip, snip of all the parts clinking. And so it's like the ASMR part of model making.
That is such a middle finger. When you gamble and you're on cooldown for 2 seconds. Like
you've got gambling issues. All right, well, catch you guys later.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna disappear. Ready? 3, 2, 1.